I guess to shorten it a little bit, there was a period in which you genuinely, I would argue, were far right. You were campaigning, you were trying to stop the boats in the Mediterranean, and people would see that, I think, as being on the fringes of the right. Was that a fair characterization? Would you say?
I would say that I was definitely associated with farther right side of the spectrum for
Yeah.
sure. But I also think that there's a bit of a Memora side around what the 2015, 2016 political space was and where politics is today. There's been a massive Overton window shift. So myself talking about things like the death of the West is occurring or West is best was one of my tours in Australia, got me banned from the country, got me put on watch lists, got massive riots in the streets. And now today, I think you may have just done a speech on the West being the best or the death of the West as well. I don't think there's the same riots today that there were before.
It's really disappointing. My audience would be
So much bigger.
Yeah. So there was even conversations like the Great Replacement, which I know I have gotten a lot of heat for, a lot of flack. Media accused me of causing shootings with just discussing the topic, not even saying this is absolutely happening. Now I'm looking today and I see Tucker Carlson talking about the Great Replacement on Fox News while he was still there, or Ava Vlar doing a speech at CPAC Hungary when just 4 or 5 years ago I was being removed from the docket of CPAC for saying those things. So I think, yes, there were things that I expressed or did in the past that I look and I'm like, that is not how I would have done it today. That is not how I would have said it today. And there's more nuance to those issues. But I also think that there's a bit of an unfair retrospect going on here where at that time it was way more controversial to say the things that I was saying than it is now. And if I had waited 5 years, I don't think I would have had the reputation that I have today whatsoever.
Do you feel that to some extent the first man through the breach always takes all the arrows, and that you were one of the people who were maybe, as you say, not in the perfect way, but you were trying to raise awareness of certain issues which at that time were, as you say, very controversial? And we can talk about the Great Replacement because I think different people mean different things by it, and that's where you get into difficulty sometimes. But ultimately, you were talking about mass immigration, you were talking about the self-destruction and the destruction of the West, etc. And those issues are now they're now being talked about much more openly. But people like you feel were punished for raising them at a time when no one else was. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, there's a friend of mine always says it's better to be wrong too late than right too early when you're in media. And that seems to consistently be the case. I'm sure you guys saw the story about mass graves in Canada. Came out a few years ago. Trudeau did tours of all these graves, said the Catholic Church were literally shooting kids and putting them in these graves with thousands of people and bodies were going to be found all over the country. I was a little skeptical of that. I came out, did some stories about I don't think these bodies actually exist. I don't think we have enough evidence to whip people into a frenzy that's causing dozens, I think 70 churches to be attacked across Canada, some burnt to the ground, horrific stuff. We should maybe wait a bit. I had local news networks like CTV saying that I was this far right fascist. I was canceled from speaking at my local university, University of British Columbia, told I was basically the equivalent of a Holocaust denier. I had people all over that lived in my community saying I deserved to be scalped, all these things. 2 years later, no bodies have been found. They spent $8 million of our tax bucks digging holes in the ground to find absolutely nothing. And I don't get to clean my reputation from 2 years ago. Those news hits will still be out. That cancellation still happened. But that's another one of those examples of it's better to be wrong too late than right too early.
And so you were on the path and you were very much on the right. So what happened?
You know, life is more complex than just right-wing or left-wing narratives. And a lot of the
Agreed.
work that I did throughout my early 20s, I did on the ground. That was kind of what I had. I couldn't be any sort of intellectual because I'm too young to say I've read every book out there, you know? I'm too young to say I have all of the experience, but I could take people on a journey with me on the ground in these places. Okay, what's going on in Morocco? What's going on in Turkey, in Europe? My film Borderless, I think, was one of my first that was criticized by the more far-right factions of the internet because the conclusion of it was a borderless Europe isn't good for anyone. I don't think it's good for Europeans, but I also don't think it's good for the migrants because we went on the ground and we talked to these people and I discovered not every single one of them is an invader saying, let's take Europe. There are people there that genuinely have given up their life savings to human traffickers who promised them, these Europeans want you there. Look at their governments. They're saying refugees welcome. They're going to give you a house. They're going to give you a car, a fantastic job. You're going to create a beautiful life for your children. These people throw out their passports, get on these boats, show up in Europe, and end up sleeping under bridges, unable to get a job, unable to get citizenship, their lives destroyed. And they're being just as misled by these governments and media propaganda campaigns as Europeans are being hurt by having a bunch of very upset, jobless migrants in their streets who, quite frankly, have nothing else they can do but partake in crime sometimes because they have no way of participating in proper society when they can't speak the language or even get an ID. It's just setting everyone up for failure. But, that's a lot more nuanced conversation than just saying, invaders versus Europeans.
That is very, very true. But what people seem to want, particularly nowadays, is they want the binary. They don't want the nuance, because what the nuance is a reality that life is complicated. And if you want to understand this topic, you're gonna have to do the reading and you're gonna have to take the time. It's not as easy just to say from the river to the sea or let's nuke Gaza, which is what you get from, the extremes of the spectrum.
And even if you do the reading, as I've learned in my own life, sometimes you actually have to do the living to really learn. It's the reality pill, not the red pill, not the blue pill.
Let's go.
These things, it's real life is significantly more complex than any sort of listicle. And
well, one of the things that Mary Harrington, she did a piece with you in Unheard, which it was one of the reasons we wanted to talk to you. And one of the things that she was highlighting is effectively that a lot of the internet narratives about how people ought to live their lives, you have the red pill for men, this is how you should treat women, or the right wing type of stuff. And then there's the equivalent from sort of radical feminists and whatever. And you, from the way she tells it, at least, you kind of embodied some of those ideas in your own life, and it went spectacularly wrong. I think it's fair to say.
Yes, that is fair to say. Now, there have been criticisms out there that, Lauren, you weren't the perfect trad wife. You were a boss babe out there working. You didn't get married to someone who lived near you. You didn't trad perfectly well, and therefore you aren't the best example to show that these binaries don't work. These binaries do work, you just did it wrong. That's the main criticism I've seen of that Mary Harrington article.
There are some things in life you might regret.
An article which, was quite emotional for me to do. I couldn't have written it myself. I couldn't have published that myself. It would have been too difficult for me to talk about. But I let her do with the information what she will. And one thing I would say to that is I have thought about this so much. What if I just didn't work at all? What if I married a local boy in my community? What if I didn't date anyone before I dated my husband? What if I followed that trad listicle perfect? Would my fate have been any different? Would I not have ended up a single mother? Would I not have ended up divorced or in a bad relationship? And ironically enough, while I was doing that article with Mary, I had a friend over who was staying at my house because she was going through a really bad breakdown and dissolution of her marriage. And 10 years ago, we went to Bible study together as teenagers. And it was kind of like the two separate paths. I went on to have a career and travel the world, and she married the nice, handsome boy from Bible study and had a ton of kids and wore sundresses and made sourdough and did everything perfect. And 10 years later, we found ourselves both on a couch talking to Mary Harrington about how we were both divorced and our husbands had left us. So I find, and her husband cheated on her and left her with $100 in her bank account. She doesn't know what she's going to do right now with her life. She did everything perfect, everything based on the manual and the instructions on the internet, right?
And what is the manual? What does the manual say you're supposed to do as a trad wife?
You marry young. You want to marry young, right? Because you want to still be beautiful and have lots and lots of children. You don't sleep with anyone except the one person you marry, and they do the same. You likely be a Christian and have faith, which she literally met this man at Bible study, right? You have lots of kids. You don't work as a woman, or if you do, it's just kind of a hobby job. You support your husband's career, and you, just try to be beautiful, loving, supportive, do the chores, build the home, and she did all that. That's what she did. So we went on these two different paths, and we found ourselves in the same place afterwards. And I looked at her and I looked at my own situation, and the only thing I could come to a conclusion about was that life is very complicated. And there is no one size fits all solution for marriage or relationships. And selling it that way can actually make people dig their heels further into bad relationships the way I did. It's, well, I must not be treading hard enough. I must not be following the listicle hard enough. I must be doing something wrong. And yeah, I'm not a perfect person. I made stupid decisions. That's the one thing I would kind of critique Mary's article for. I think that, you know, I have some blame in making bad decisions myself as well than just being a victim of the internet and the bad advice on the internet as well. But it doesn't help, I'll tell you that much. The bad advice on the internet doesn't help.
And what, when you talk about this, it makes me realize the power of narratives, and we believe these narratives, but that's all they are. It's a narrative,
Yeah.
and people who say, oh, you've got to be like this, you're no different to the people on the progressive left, the people on the right. You're no different to a religious extremist who goes, if you follow this path, everything will be okay. Well,
Yeah.
how do you know that?
Oh, absolutely. Exactly. And what's ironic as well is with my girlfriend, I'll call her Ella. She was okay with doing the interview, but Mary didn't include it. I think she thought the narratives would be too confusing doing multiple people. But Ella, ironically, despite doing things far more perfect than myself, ended up in a worse position than me because I at least had a career, experience, work that I could fall back on. I had built up my life outside of that world of just being that support role in my husband's life. So ironically, almost veering off the perfect instruction booklet for how to have a successful marriage put me in a better position than my friends who followed it perfectly. And I need to clarify, I love marriage. I think it's a beautiful thing. I know happy, happy families. I am ecstatic when I see people in love, and I want that more for the world. But the way we get that is not with these ridiculous binary narratives. It's by being truthful. If you're honest with people about, marriages can go really sideways, even when you do everything right, that helps them prepare for reality. That helps them prepare for, making decisions off real information, not TikTok videos of people making sourdough bread. It's absurd.
Why did you find this narrative so attractive? Because for me, I mean, one of my, let's call it, the shadow is I'm quite a cynical person, and I have to constantly work against that and just fight against it, the negativity, whatever else. So when I'm presented with a narrative, I guess I look at it and go, yeah, that's bollocks.
I was born in 1995. I am a child of the internet. Literally since I was like 3 years old, I've been playing computer games, going online from RuneScape to Neopets to Tumblr to MySpace, all of it. And with our parents' generation, they got a lot of their information from real life, their friends' experiences, families' experiences, or at the very least, television shows that everyone was watching so they could all compare the same notes. The internet has created such a fractured existence for my generation. We're all growing up getting most of our information about reality from the web. And then on top of that, we all have 1,000 different forums where you can go deeper and deeper and deeper into 1,000 different choose your own adventure for ideologies. And this was just, it didn't exist before. This is new. This is a new phenomenon, the amount of fractured information and ideologies and forums that people can go down. And I certainly found myself, given that I grew up in a very more left-wing country, I grew up in a high immigrant area in Vancouver. And I grew up in a family that was more conservative. I found myself naturally attracted to more conservative right-wing spaces on the internet. And this is at a time when YouTube and all these sites were getting increasingly realizing that having more binary solutions to problems got you far more views than these complex, nuanced 3-hour videos explaining the reality of the complexity of life. We all know that doesn't do well on YouTube. We all know that the most nuanced, most thoughtful conversations, they should do well. They should do more well than they do. But the TikTok video with that hard bass dubstep in the background and all the money falling from the screen and, all the captions and the guy screaming that's chopped up, that's going to get 6 million views on TikTok compared to the nuanced conversation.
It's interesting. I was thinking of what you just said on the way over here, because And I understand why Francis asked the question. I understand exactly why you answered it the way you did, because we are like geriatric millennials. We just caught the very end of the
Less of the geriatric.
mate. It's 42. What can I say? Anyway, and when I see stuff on the internet, when I see people on Twitter saying stuff about relationships, I've been married 20 plus years at this point, right? I just go, well, no one can possibly believe this crap, right? That's what I think when I see stuff on the internet. When I see various influencers talking about how to have a marriage, and I just look at it, I just go, no, this is insane. No one can possibly believe this, and I'll swipe to the next thing. But what I increasingly realize, this may sound like a really stupid thing to say, but increasingly talking to young guys that work with us and all the rest of it is like, your generation, that's your reality. You don't have anything to compare it to quite often, unless you have some personal experiences seeing your parents and stuff like that. You're taking it, people are taking this stuff literally.
Oh, absolutely, they are. And I think also the easy solutions come from a generation of young people who did grow up in broken homes in a lot of cases. And they want to think in their head, there is an easy solution to this. This shouldn't be happening. I shouldn't have grown up in a broken home. There should be steps I can take to prevent myself from experiencing this. Or they'll get so bitter about it, they'll say, actually, there are no steps you can take. It is just, all women bad, all men bad. Marriage shouldn't exist. It's a lot of pain. A lot of pain people have that is coming out in these extraordinary.
Panadol Rapid works on pain relief 10 minutes faster than regular Panadol tablets.
Delay doesn't trade on Capital.com. He uses a slow platform that lags. It feels as if someone in his platform
Ordinarily binary positions.
That's a very, very good point. That's a very good point. And I think it's interesting when you gave your manual for how to be a trad wife. It's not entirely what my wife did because we didn't have kids young. But everything else you said, basically, we got married. She pursued a career that wasn't necessarily the center of everything, and she was very supportive with my career. Now we have a son, etc. But the one thing that you didn't mention that was in the article was this idea that the woman is supposed to be submissive.
Yes.
And I think that's where a lot of this stuff is going wrong, because get married young, I think that's great if you found the right person. Work hard to be together, all of this other stuff. That can work for a lot of people. Support your husband's career. Traditionally, that has worked, right? If people are staying together and they're working together. But this idea that you're supposed to be submissive to your husband, I think that's maybe where this stuff gets a bit off the rails, because a marriage is people working together towards a common goal. It's not one submitting to the other.
Yeah, it's definitely not a situation of. I agree with the idea that women and men perhaps have different roles in a relationship. A man cannot give birth to a child or
that
breastfeed.
Is controversial.
I know.
Thanks for demonetizing our video, Laura.
And someone walks in the house with a baseball bat, probably going to want the man to go deal with that, right? But those are both equally valuable roles. And if a woman says, for example, in my relationship, I really needed to be near my family when I just gave birth to a baby. I needed that support. It psychologically deeply affects you. You're going to lose your mind in your marriage potentially if you don't have those support systems around you when you just give birth. But within that hardcore trad binary, when my husband said, no matter what, we're moving to Australia or I'm going to divorce you, I have to submit at the detriment of probably my own child's well-being, my well-being, and our marriage's well-being. That doesn't make sense. That should be a conversation.
No, right.
I perhaps have more knowledge of what myself and the child need in that time that I can contribute than my husband at that time. And he would have had more knowledge in certain areas than me, right? But takes that conversation in equal respect, not just submission.
Are you ready to start building wealth by putting your precious metals to work? Silver isn't just a precious metal. It's a tangible asset and a great way.
A woman says, for example, in my relationship, I really needed to be near my family when I just gave birth to a baby. I needed that support. It psychologically deeply affects you. You're going to lose your mind in your marriage potentially if you don't have those support systems around you when you just give birth. But within that hardcore trad binary, when my husband said, no, no matter what, we're moving to Australia or I'm going to divorce you, I have to submit at the detriment of probably my own child's well-being, my well-being, and our marriage's well-being. That doesn't make sense. That should be a conversation.
right.
That I perhaps have more knowledge of what myself and the child need in that time that I can contribute than my husband at that time. And he would have had more knowledge in certain areas than me, right? But takes that
Publicly, it's interesting that we talk about the submissive aspect of it, because that's a real problem I have with this part of the right, which says everything is bad now. We need to go back to X year. And I just go, that's a cop out. That's a cop out. Because what that's actually saying is, I don't have any new ideas. Let's all go back to this time when everything was great. And you're going, everything wasn't great then.
And it's not going to happen either. I mean,
Mm.
people are, it's the whole like repeal the 19th crowd right now are the right-wing equivalent of defund the police left.
Yeah.
It is extraordinarily freakish looking to normal residents of the world, and it's never going to happen. So you look insane and absurd. And like, how is this helping your political cause in any which way when it's just having these delusional conversations on Twitter that make normal people log in and go, well, never want to be associated with those freaks. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what the approach is there, but
No,
oh well.
it's a very good point, because when we started this show, it was the left who had gone nuts. And as both of us coming from the left, in particular with me, I just saw the way that this kind of, it just seemed to morph and metastasize into something weird and deeply toxic. And then, although I was never from the right, I used to go, oh, well, at least there was logic to these arguments, even though some of them I didn't agree with. But they were like, come in, welcome, let's talk. And now you just see them go through the same process.
Yeah.
It's bizarre. And do you think it's what happens when you isolate yourself, or is there something else going on here?
I think there's a massive audience capture going on within the political sphere, both the right and left. It's interesting because the right wing, I always liked them because they portrayed themselves as an alternative to the media who constantly had money, big money interests, social acceptability, government pressure. We need something outside of that. That's not pressure to have certain opinions. But now, a lot of right-wing influencers, or just influencers on the internet in general, they have no hope of getting a normal job in some cases, particularly if you're on the very far fringes of the right. You couldn't even get a job at a McDonald's. And I don't think society should be that way. I don't like cancel culture, but that's the truth. And I do know people who operate in those spaces who actually don't agree with their audiences at all, but they are stuck. They are trapped because that is the only job they have to do anymore. So they have to keep feeding in the exact same narratives that their audience want to hear. And when their audience say they want to hear something or criticize them or say, I'm going to stop following you because you've shifted your opinion, they adjust. And they are actually just a feedback loop to the audiences they have rather than any sort of original or genuine opinion or thought. And I've even noticed this in the marriage conversation. Like it took me 2 years to even say I was divorced publicly. I kept wearing my ring. I know people that are doing this right now that are public figures that haven't been married for years, that are socially pretending they are married because it is such a hit to their reputation with the current audience that is inhabiting the right-wing space online to say that you failed at marriage, even though talking about that failure, talking about what has happened in the real world will help people. It will help them navigate reality. But instead, we all have these kind of pretend reputations. And this can also be used to hold people hostage. Like I had people threatening to expose me for being divorced, you know, to try to ruin me, to try to take me down. And it's crazy how captured people can be by audience opinions. And nothing was more freeing than finally
Oh,
coming out and
it's the only
saying
way
it.
to live.
Mm.
Yeah.
You can't be held hostage to other people's opinions.
Yeah.
And it's much better to have a smaller YouTube channel but be true to yourself
Yeah.
than to be. I can't imagine waking up in the morning and going, I hate what I'm about to say.
Yeah.
That must be awful. That must be absolutely awful. So, but it pains me to hear that because, to be honest with you, people accuse a lot of people of audience capture, and sometimes I don't know that it's true. Sometimes I think people change their opinion. You know, people change their opinion over time. They listen to certain perspectives, and maybe mostly those perspectives, or in some cases only those perspectives, and they start to kind of push the boundaries a little bit. But if there are people walking around with wedding rings on that don't represent an actual marriage, that sounds that sounds horrible.
Yeah. And you know what? It doesn't even. This is something I haven't talked about at all publicly yet, but I've been meaning to for a while. It's very. It can be used to control you in more aspects than just the government or just the. Sorry, it's like
Just do it
really
again.
hard for me to talk about. It's more than just the audience stuff. Like part of my marriage that was. It's hard for me to even say abusive. I don't like using the word abusive because it's hard for me to even conceptualize it that way myself because I very much still, even though horrible things happen, I still care for my husband. Doing that Mary article was very difficult, but there are reasons that I kind of had to talk about it honestly for my own sake. Towards the end of our marriage, I found a list in my husband's office while I was cleaning of every single media figure that had ever written a negative article about me, both right wing and left wing. And I was told that this was a contingency list of people he would contact to hurt my reputation if I disobeyed in the marriage. So if I left, any of that, he would contact them and start spreading rumors about me, saying that I was a failed trad wife, all of these sorts of things. So, you know, this control mechanism of public reputation can be used in a lot more ways than just this horrific audience capture. I think it's used by governments. I think it's used by abusive spouses. I think it's used as blackmail, corporations, all this kind of stuff. And it's the cancel culture of both sides is absolutely ruining our ability to have honest conversations and real relationships. And a lot of people think, they ask, why did Lauren do that Mary article? Why would she talk about her marriage so publicly? She could have kept it private. That's private matter. Yeah, I actually thought so for a long time too. It was actually my husband that started messaging influencers, both left wing and right wing, saying, Lauren's divorced. She's this terrible person, before I had even spoken about it publicly. So my hand was kind of forced by this false narrative being spread and being emailed to people behind the scenes a ton for the purpose of destroying me so that I would come back to the relationship. Yeah, sorry, I don't know if any of that makes sense.
It
No,
makes
it does.
perfect
It
sense.
does.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
And look, this is your ex-husband, and I understand how you feel towards him, but that is arsehole behavior. That's abusive behavior 101. That, you know, using. I mean, I can't describe it any other way, and I'm sorry that I am.
No,
But
it's okay.
but that's not a way. So the trad life, it comes with two parts, not one part. It's not just about what the woman does. It's also about the way the man behaves. And part of the male female dynamic is a man is stronger, a man is usually bigger, a man is usually able to inflict more damage, and civilizing the man and the man's, you know, being responsible with that strength is the number one thing that he's supposed to do. So to violate that is a betrayal. It's a betrayal. And I think people need to know that. Like this idea that you have in the red pill community that, you know, no matter what the man does, the woman is supposed to just, that's not how it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Well, that was what was so interesting to me is basically he left me, and I think when he realized a year later that I was actually moving on, he was very upset by that and started calling me hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. And when I was like, listen, I'm done, we can go to mediation, have shared, you know, co-parenting, all this stuff, as long as we're going through a proper mediator to do it. I think his hope was he could kind of destroy my reputation within mainstream circles. So he started sending a lot of emails to more mainstream kind of left-wing people. She's all right. She's a fake trad wife. She cheated on me. She alienated our child from me. Of course, none of this actually occurred. But a lot of the left wing, I think, more mainstream people didn't bite. In fact, one of the creators that received these emails was Destiny. I think you interviewed him recently. And instead of his email that he got was, you should confront Lauren during one of your live stream debates and drop on her that she's actually a divorced single mother who failed in her marriage and who stole her child and was cheating on her husband. And he reached out to me and was like, this is really like unhinged behavior. Are you okay? Like,
Yeah.
how can I, like, can you take this to court? Is there anything you can do about this? And that's how I kind of started to find out about the emails. And when he wouldn't confront me on stream, he kind of gave up on the more mainstream left people and started emailing a ton of right-wing influencers and red pill influencers. And, you know, Lauren stole her child, Lauren cheated on her husband, Lauren did this, all from kind of fake accounts. I'm a friend of his, sometimes from himself. And during this time where I was trying to rebuild my life, figure out how I'm going to talk about the fact that my husband left me, I had all of these people that previously, in some cases, were friends of me, publishing Lauren's cheated on her husband, Lauren's, you know, alienated her son. So I have people like Pearl Davis tweeting all day about how I've stolen my child and all this kind of stuff, all made up, all invented. And
If Pearl
for the
Davis is
sole
having a go at
purpose,
you, you're probably
Yeah,
on the right
there you
side
go.
of things.
but for the
Yeah.
sole purpose of psychologically tormenting me while
Yeah.
I'm the sole carer of my child. And it's incredible. I think that was like a big wake up call for me, seeing these people who, when like left wingers had a little more critical thinking to say, wow, this is like really weird, unhinged behavior. Whereas these red pill people who purport to understand relationship dynamics, who purport to understand like how males and females act, just man must be correct, woman must be wrong. And a lot of people think I just said all this with no evidence. I have evidence. I have court documents. I have protective orders. Gone over and said, this is insane. Like, you need a protective order against this person. So, I don't know, the people who are out here criticizing and saying stuff like that, it's really been a shocking wake-up call for, I don't think I want anything to do with this space or these people.
Do you think part of it is as well, Lauren? Look, the male-female thing I accept is a massive part of it. But isn't part of it as well that you're kind of an apostate of the right?
How do you mean?
So I see a lot of these people as having religious-like tendencies, whereby you are part of our tribe. You must believe every part of it, every aspect of it, like hardcore religious people. But the moment you start to not adhere to everything that they say, or perhaps like your marriage not going the way that you wanted, all of a sudden you're not one of us anymore, and therefore you need to be shunned. You are disgusting, blah blah blah. Do you think that is part of it as well?
Oh, absolutely. And it's, you know, I think it was extra painful, that betrayal, because I've, you know, these were my own decisions, so I have to, you know, accept the consequences of my own decisions, of course. But I've been banned from multiple countries for upholding the right-wing view. I've, you know, had my name destroyed internationally. I have to use a fake name when I go into places in public a lot of the time. You know, I've been arrested countless times, almost went to jail. In fact, once again, another thing I haven't spoken about publicly, part of the reason that I found my husband very attractive is when I was in Turkey, I was facing 5 years in jail. We got arrested while filming Borderless by the military, and they had put the sheets on our desk. We were going to court the next day. You are facing 5 years in jail. And I would have been just getting out, like now, my life gone. My husband, he actually, obviously there's been talk about him being a Fed and having connections with that world. I didn't fully understand it then, and I wasn't dating him at this time, but he had done some work for me at that time. And him and another individual that were working on the Borderless film as security and fixers, I didn't realize, but they had connections with intelligence agencies, one of them American, the other one Australian, who was my husband, and they were able to get me out of jail. get me out of that situation in Turkey. I don't know exactly the details or how it happened, but get American, the other one Australian, who was my husband, another individual that were working on the borderless film as security and fixers. I didn't realize, but they had connections with intelligence agencies, one of them American, the other one Australian, who was my husband, and they were able to get me out of jail, get me out of that situation in Turkey. I don't know exactly the details or how it happened, but the only reason that I'm not just getting out of Turkish jail is because my husband was able to protect me and his friend from that situation. So I went up against the entire security apparatus of the Western and non-Western world to say these opinions, then met someone who could protect me from that apparatus and potentially having my life destroyed, ending up in jail. I was banned from the US for 2 years. And yes, I should have prioritized wisdom and patience over that desire for love and security. But we all make stupid gambles in our life. And I chose that. It was amazing that someone was willing to risk their career for me to help me. It was amazing that someone could protect me from this international countless times, almost went to jail. In fact, once again, another thing I haven't spoken about publicly, part of the reason that I found my husband very attractive is when I was in Turkey, I was facing 5 years in jail. We got arrested while filming Borderless by the military. And they had put the sheets on our desk. We were going to court the next day. You are facing 5 years in jail. And I would have been just getting out, like now, my life gone. My husband, he actually, obviously, there's been talk about him being a Fed and having connections with that world. I didn't fully understand it then, and I wasn't dating him at this time, but he had done some work for me at that time. And him and another individual that were working on the Borderless film as security and fixers, I didn't realize, but they had connections with intelligence agencies, one of them American, the other one Australian, who was my husband, and they were able to get me out of jail, get me out of that situation in Turkey. I don't know exactly the details or how it happened, but the only reason that I'm not just getting out of Turkish jail is then, and I wasn't dating him at this time, but my husband, he actually, obviously, there's been talk about him being a Fed and having connections with that world. I didn't fully understand it then, and I wasn't dating him at this time, but he had done some work for me at that time. And him and another individual that were working on the Borderless film as security and fixers, I didn't realize, but they had connections with intelligence agencies, one of them American, the other one Australian, who was my husband, and they were able to get me out of jail, get me out of that situation in Turkey. I don't know exactly the details or how it happened, but the only reason that I'm not just getting out of Turkish jail is because my husband was able to protect me and his friend from that situation. So I went up against the entire security apparatus of the Western and non-Western world to say these opinions, then met someone who could protect me from that apparatus and potentially having my life destroyed, ending up in jail. I was banned from the US for 2 years. And yes, I should have prioritized wisdom and patience over that desire for love and security. But we all make is willing to risk their career, is literally help me. It was amazing that someone could protect me from this international security apparatus that is literally trying to put me behind bars for these opinions. And then when I'm left and have nothing left, no career, no husband, nothing, the right kicks me while I'm down, or at least the far right factions, So it's like this double betrayal of, did you ever think like maybe a 22-year-old girl that was facing years in jail, getting arrested and questioned by every Western government for opinions might make some silly decisions
Yeah.
and then fail a bit in life because that's pretty psychologically challenging? No, they don't care. You're worthless to us now because you're a single mother. And I don't want to advocate that kind of ideology, that kind of treachery against anyone. That's
Because
vile.
I agree all of those things, but to them, you're not a human being. You're an avatar.
You're an avatar.
Exactly.
That's what you are.
Exactly.
But that's what we all are. Sadly, it's part of the package. And by the way, this not to sound lacking compassion. I think what you're experiencing from other people is an extraordinary lack of empathy. And actually, I hear it even in the way that you talk about it, if you don't mind me saying. You're like, my marriage, I failed in my marriage.
These were my own decisions, so I have to, accept the consequences of my own decision. I've, had my name. I've, once again, another thing, I'm arrested. When I go into places in public a lot of the time, I've been arrested countless times, almost went to jail. In fact, once again, another thing I haven't spoken about publicly, part of the reason that I found my husband very attractive.
Let's go battles. I'm trying
I
to.
was facing 5 years in jail. We got arrested while filming Borderless by the military, and they had put the sheets on our desk. We were going to court the next day. You are facing 5 years in jail, and I would have been just getting out, like now, my life gone. My husband, he actually, obviously, there's been talk about him being a Fed and having connections with that world. I didn't fully understand it then, and I wasn't dating him at this time, but he had done some work for me at that time, and him and another individual that were working on the Borderless film as security and fixers, I didn't realize, but they had connections with intelligence agencies, one of them American, the other one Australian, who was my husband, and they were able to get me out of jail. One of them American, the other one Australian, who was my husband, but they had connections with intelligence agencies, one of them American, the other one Australian, who was my husband, and they were able to get me out of jail, get me out of that situation in Turkey. I don't know exactly the details or how it happened, but the only reason that I'm not just getting out of situation and that and wisdom, but it was amazing that
marriage is two people get together in the hope that they can build a life together.
Yeah.
And not about COVID, it's and COVID the second time, and it was fucking governments were pushing, right? Quite early on. And we were very skeptical of some fucking brutal in which it was so bad. And then we got COVID the second time, and it was fucking brutal. It was so bad. And we did a video on our channel in which we talked about how bad it was. And there were a load of people who were very upset with us for talking about the reality of how COVID affected us.
Yeah, you have all these people that say, we want reality, we want yelling. This is the truth.
So part of what, to some extent, part of it is, right, there's a talk to, I increasingly realize that's
these political ideas as these binaries. And, you even pointed it out there, like my mind is even having trouble getting out of it. You're like, you didn't fail in marriage.
No.
Like I'm still repeating those narratives of what life is that I've learned from the internet. And I got to let go of that. But what happens is then when people fail to live up to the ideal, where do you go from there? And most people will. And this is
I'm trying to figure out how the fuck to do this.
Like, no forgiveness. You do OnlyFans. You do this. You do that. You are garbage. Can never be forgiven. Well, we live in a broken world, and I don't know if you guys are Christian or not, but I think the only political ideology. Sorry.
I just said we're Muslim actually.
Well, it doesn't quite fit with this, but can't be Muslim for this. Christian.
No, your point is the idea of Christianity, which a lot of people on the right advocate for, is that we're all imperfect and we're all due forgiveness.
Well, you have to have it. If there isn't a path back to what one deems like the world is headed into, certainly what the right call this degenerate, that you as an ally, the only choice you actually have is to go with the left. That's your only choice. That's the only path you have. And I've been fighting against that and fighting to just remain nuanced. Like, if it's mass grave stuff, I'm going to call it out. If it's ridiculous red pill ideas, I'm going to call it out. But then, of course, you end up a little politically homeless. You guys know well.
Yeah, but you gotta be comfortable with that, Laura.
Yeah.
You gotta be
uncomfortable to be in a political home than it is to be politically homeless.
It's where any of these things end absolutely massively. Everyone hating you.
Yeah. Like, if this had happened 5 years ago, and I've got accounts that are tweeting out Mary's headline and it's got 10,000 likes, like this dumb whore and whatever. Hasn't bothered me almost at all.
Good.
The accounts, like correcting the record on things that I'm like, okay, this is just inaccurate, and I think maybe some smart people might have gotten this inaccurate as well. I don't mind doing that, but that kind of stuff, it just, like, these are truly just stupid people. Like, genuinely, I don't even think it's a left versus right war anymore. No. It's just stupid versus critically thinking war. And also the reality aspect. If you are basing your life off of internet talking points, you are going to have a bad time in reality. And the amount of people I have met that are massive figures on the internet, showing themselves living at large with the happy family, this and that you meet in person, and it's like, whoa, what you're portraying online and your reality do not match. I would much rather have people thinking I'm miserable on the internet and be spending my days, swimming in the ocean with my son, having barbecues with my church, having tons of fun, which is what I do spend my days doing, which is why I can shut off my phone, shut off my notifications, and go enjoy reality, which is much better, much sweeter than
when people thought I had this happy, perfect marriage, and I was posting the Instagram photos of, oh, look at me, I won the trad life. Miserable. It was a hell on earth. It was. And it's just about this schism we're having in the world where it's you got to pick. Are you going to live in reality? Are you going to make your decisions based off of the complexities of the real world? Or are you going to join the matrix, which is the internet? That's what it is. It's all fake. It's all nonsense, which is so funny because you have people that call it the matrix falling. Sorry, getting into, but like there's a lot of false realities being portrayed as waking up online right now.
Of course. You know, one of the really interesting things that I found about your journey is I can't remember where I read this, where you said that you were happier being I think it was in a trailer park in a very poor community, just you and your son, than you were portraying this happy life where you were together because you had community.
Yeah, it's been the strangest thing getting all of these messages from people. My condolences, Lauren. I get it. I get the impulse because they read the article and they're like, wow, that was really hard. I wouldn't take back a thing that has happened in my life. I don't know if I would have been able to break myself out of the cognitive dissonance of believing in this kind of hardcore dogmatic red pill stuff if I didn't live it firsthand. And that information that I'm going to be able to pass on to people I love, to my son, that I have used to get, just a more depth and empathy and understanding of humanity, invaluable. And then, of course, the trailer. Everyone says I lived in a trailer. I didn't live in a trailer, but it was a trailer park. I lived in a cabin. It was a nice cabin, but my neighbors did live in trailers. One of them lived in a shed. The coolest people. Like, so much fun. We would have fires by the river every night. You feel lonely, I get out of my cabin and I see, oh, they're having a community fire. I'll bring down my little one. He'll play in the river. We'll all cook smokies together, have some beers, laugh. I had never experienced anything like that in my life. At the top of my career, I was living in this white box in Toronto, living the life or whatever. Spending most of my nights just typing away on Twitter alone. That wasn't very fun. I did have a lot of fun when I was on tours and going out and getting in trouble. But for the most part, life is what happens in between the big events online. And what are most of these content creators doing in the in-between time that they're not live streaming, that they're not publishing videos? Do they have families? I've noticed my biggest critics of my marriage and all that, typically they either have never had a family in their life, so they don't know how difficult it is and how amazing it is as well to make that happen, or they're divorced themselves and probably haven't talked about it, or I know haven't talked about it publicly, or just glaze over that because they feel they can get away with it. So no, the reality people are actually living and what is being portrayed online, this should be the most basic point in the world, but it still seems like people don't get it. I think your audience probably get it a little more, but yeah, no, it was a beautiful, wonderful time. And I've left that space, I'm in a much better position materially than I was before, but my spiritual condition today and then was still beautiful, fantastic. It was just about getting into reality.
And when was the moment, Lauren? When can you pinpoint that actual moment where you were like, hang on a second?
Oh my goodness.
Imagine a burglary at your home. You may be surprised to learn.
Wow. Cognitive dissonance is a difficult thing to do, especially when you've got circular ideology that you prescribe to. Once again, you have to remember,
Get a new safe route. Just one day.
Destroyed my reputation within the public normal sphere promoting this right-wing stuff. And then, like, Farmlands, Borderless, I still support it. I think I think if I had portrayed it differently or even waited 5 years, it would have gone over better. But either way, I definitely had this cognitive dissonance that this whole space, everything they're saying must be correct. I have dedicated my whole life to it. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Women are always the one that lead relationships. They're always the ones that are the problem. So I must not be tradding hard enough. I need to trad harder. I need to trad harder. And anytime something bad happens, you have to go in a circular motion. It was like little bits of it. My husband leaving me and me begging him to do counseling, begging him to do co-parenting, and him saying, no interest in that. I need to go start a replacement family. I was like, wait, this isn't what I've heard on the internet. This isn't what is supposed to happen. Men don't do this to women, right? And then I think going to my lawyer and trying to figure out how to rebuild my life from scratch and realizing that I'm going to have to do all of the paperwork in order to move on. Like, he wouldn't do any of the paperwork, so I was getting punished on my taxes. I wasn't able to get any money back for having a kid. I was literally getting fined because I couldn't get divorced. He wasn't paying child support, anything. So even though he left me, my lawyer's like, yeah, you have to apply for divorce if you want to move on with your life. Well, that certainly got the wheels going of, wait, do 70% of women initiate divorces, or are a lot of women left with the paperwork because a man has to prove that he's paying child support in order to file for divorce when he's left? I'm like, oh, a lot of these stats, even the stats, like we got numbers, they don't really check out when you look at the nuance of what it plays out in the real world as. And it was a long process. And then I think the last nail in the coffin was my friend Ella, her marriage falling apart, and a few other of my friends that were kind of living this life, because I still had the cognitive dissonance of, you didn't do it right enough. If you had not worked, if you had married a guy locally, if you had all of the critiques that I get online about this, that I swear people think I even thought about this. I've thought about it more than one can possibly imagine. And seeing that, wow, it didn't work out for them either, and they did all of these things right. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong. But it was also very freeing, because I'm like, maybe I don't need to blame myself. I take responsibility for making poor decisions, but that's also just life. It's complicated, and all you can do is move forward and make better decisions with the information you've got. And it doesn't mean you're a waste of a human being, or, I'm a single mother. Okay, so what? Like, so effing what? I'm divorced. So what? What now? Okay, I'm nothing to the right. All right, I'll move on and I'll make great films on my own about something I care about. It's not for. I'm not looking to appease anyone who thinks I'm inherently worthless, because life is complicated.
And also, this will pass.
Yeah.
People move on from stuff, and this will pass for you too. The question I wanted to ask you is, to what extent is the appeal of that kind of red pill type of way of looking at relationships a product of the fact that we've been spoon-fed the exact opposite stupidity from feminists
Totally.
for the last 20, 30, 40 years, where you go, that's what you think of what? Like, and so I think almost the stupid reaction is kind of somewhat understandable given the stupid impetus you had in the first place.
Yeah, there was a part of me. I've had to work on being like, okay, I'm in control of my own decisions. I can't blame everyone else. These are factors that I want to talk about because they're real. But I had a lot of bitterness towards feminists for a while, because I looked at it and I was like, if only they had done something better than what I witnessed when I was a teenager. If only they weren't running around saying, kill all men, I hate men, protesting against rape by running around naked in the street with duct tape on their boobs. Maybe I would have listened to some of their arguments and realized, they're not right about everything, but there are some aspects of marriage that are complex. There are situations where abuse does take place from a man towards a woman, and here are the red flags you can look for. I wish that they were having a more honest, real conversation when I was younger, or at the very least that the people running the media that were promoting this stuff weren't promoting the most insane incantations of it, because it really does hurt people. It hurts people when, because I'm looking at my dad, I'm looking at the men I grew up with, and I'm like, these are wonderful, great men, wonderful men, not rapists, not trying to kill women or oppress women. So what are these people talking about? Well, if they didn't talk in terms of all men, if they didn't talk in terms of, pussy hat and whatever these like ridiculous protests they did are, and it was a little more intellectual, and they actually reached out and tried to talk to the right, because that was another thing that didn't happen in 2015, 2016, is the more feminist spheres of the internet, they were simply unwilling to reach out and meet right-wingers where they were at and have proper debates, respectful debates. They wouldn't do it at all. They just discounted them all as idiots, fascists, this, that, and the other. I don't know. I think people discount the idea of winning over the other side totally, and they give up on it, and then they fall into their own dogma, and they actually lose a lot of the people that would have been their best audience members, that would have been helped the most by hearing some nuance.
Well, yeah, I was on Chris Williamson's show a while back, and we were talking about men and women, and I said, I remember saying to him that any ideology that wants to push men and women apart, whether that's red pill or incel stuff or whatever, or these forms of feminism. There's different types of feminism, which we know. But there are forms of feminism that are just about hating men, the ones that you're talking about. All of this is toxic shit.
Yeah.
And in the middle is the fact that men and women have had to work together to survive since the very beginning of humanity, and maybe that's what we ought to be focusing on.
Yeah, and every man or woman I meet in real life, there's a little meme I saw. It's like, I like the 3 a.m. version of people. I like the version of people that at a bar at 3 in the morning are crying and telling you what they really feel about the world, what they really think. Every single man or woman I've met, and no matter how radical they are in either direction, they're like, yeah, I just wish I had someone who cared about me. They don't hate women. They actually desperately want a relationship with them and feel that's out of reach. They feel that's impossible. They don't hate men, but they feel that that's out of reach. That's impossible. I think a lot of the progressive ideology comes from this as well. They look at the trad life stuff and they say, I know that's BS. And in a lot of cases, they're right, because it's this fake version of what a relationship and marriage is. And they say, I know that's BS, so that's impossible, and I'm not even going to try. I'm going to join OnlyFans. I'm going to, not even believe in traditional marriage or relationship structures whatsoever. And that's what happens when you create these absurdist versions of what reality should be. Is skeptical people won't believe you and they'll reject it altogether. Whereas if we just approached it and said, yeah, it's complicated, some people fail, it's okay if you do, you pick yourself up, you try to do better, you learn from your mistakes, you realize it's hard, you might get counseling, you might need a community around you, whatever it is, just real conversations around reality.
Do you think part of it, I know this isn't the case for you because you talk in glowing terms about your father, but do you think part of the problems as well is the fatherlessness in society, where normally you would have that male who'd be, a role model, a guiding influence, somebody who stabilizes you when things are going wrong? A lot of people, both women and men, don't have that.
Yeah.
So as a result, they get pulled towards this nonsense, whether it's nonsense by the progressive left or it's nonsense by the red pill right.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been very interesting for me to experience it firsthand. I think about this a lot with my son, and I've worked very hard to get positive male role models in his life from my church and local community. My father is with him right now. They're probably playing water guns in the backyard at the moment. It's so important. But it's very interesting and I think very unhelpful that you have people in the more right-wing spheres characterizing this as a single mother problem. It's usually characterized that way. Single mothers are destroying the West, destroying society. It's like, no, they're holding it together by a thread. They're the parent that is staying. At least the ones who, I don't think this whole parental alienation thing is as common as we pretend it is. I think it's a very convenient narrative for some men like my husband who genuinely have rejected co-parenting and tell that to their friends so they don't have to live with the responsibility of what they have done. And if you look at the actual data, once again, 90% of cases where men pursue custody, they get it. So and in most cases, it's men who don't pursue custody, who aren't interested in it, that this is happening. And it was very shocking for me to learn all these statistics. And there are cases, let me be clear. I have a man that I know that I grew up with, I did classes with, much like my friend Ella, left with 3 kids and a farm, wife cheated on him, left the kids. Those cases are real and they are horrific. And my heart goes out to single fathers, just as powerful, amazing as single mothers in holding that society together. But we need to have a conversation of accountability for anyone who is involved in abandoning a child. There's so much social pressure on women and this, like, you're useless, you're worthless if you're a single mother, pathetic, used goods, all these different things. I just don't see the same amount of social pressure against men that abandon their kids, especially because there's nothing to show for it. You walk out, and the amount of girls I've found that are like dating a guy and then halfway through dating him find out he has kids that he's left, but he's never mentioned it. there's just not the same kind of social pressure. And I don't even know if social pressure is the answer, because usually shame and that, I don't think it helps that much. Maybe you guys are men. Maybe you have a better answer than I do for why this is occurring, why there isn't this, you
Well,
know.
shame is definitely the answer. I'm serious.
You think so?
I'm serious. You had a child. How are you abandoning your kids? I don't care what happened in your relationship. You should be there to contribute to raising that child. Whose responsibility is it? We hear all these points from the red pills. Your man's supposed to take responsibility. Okay, take your fucking responsibility then. That's what you signed up for. When you decided to have a child, that's what you signed up for. And if you didn't, you should be shamed. I have no problem shaming people like that. Sorry.
End of interview.
Yeah.
Well, since you asked, yeah.
No, I wish I don't know the answer. I don't. This is something I'm still exploring and trying to figure out myself. And I'm just in this phase of shift of looking at the data and being like, ooh, this may have been deeply misrepresented in the right-wing movement. And I think partially because a lot of the audience are male. And this is, see, I already know everyone's going to think this is like an anti-man rant. It's not. It's a financial incentives rant. There is a financial incentive to appease an audience. If you write.
Queensland's most local salon, talking your way with Flight Centre.
I have an idea. Take 3 steps up when I say 1, 2, 3.
Write for feminist frequency. If you write for Jezebel, your incentive is not going to be writing an article that says, ladies, here's why you're at fault for your relationship failures, even if there are some things that women need to hear. Just like if you are kind of in the red pill spaces, there is absolutely no incentive to tell your audience, man up, take responsibility, stop being a loser. Like, women aren't at fault for anything. There's no financial incentive for that. It's this feedback loop of people like to feel good. They want to stagnate where they are. Actual growth is hard. It's been very hard for me, taken me years to admit things that I've been wrong about in the past or misunderstood. But there's such a financial incentive to keep feeding people misery.
I think it also as well, and let's be blunt about it. It's a challenge. It's a thing that I have to work on every day as well, because I'm not perfect. Sadly, is a lot of people don't want to be adults.
Yeah,
that's it. We treat kids as adults and adults as kids. That's what we do now. And everybody's so nobody wants to feel discomfort. Nobody wants to feel challenged. Everybody needs to be made to feel that everything's okay all of the time. That's not how life works. There are going to be times where you're not okay. There are going to be times where you're profoundly uncomfortable. And in fact, the only way to grow is to embrace discomfort.
Yeah.
And that's just life. I'm sorry. And I just think a lot of people don't want
all if you do it. And ultimately pretending that, like, oh, it's okay to leave. No, it's not okay to leave your kids. It's not okay. There's nothing that's okay about that. Whatever, the relationship is the relationship. Adults don't get on. It's not the child's fault. The child didn't have anything to do with it. And as a man, you're supposed to be there. That's what you signed up for. That's what you're supposed to do. Whatever else is going on. Is shame the only thing that works? Probably not.
A good beating as well.
A good beating as well.
So you guys really do want to go. You guys are Islamists.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
As long as we get to be joint caliph.
Yeah. And I just can't grow a beard, so that's the reason that I look like this.
No, I could grow a great beard. Anyway, let's not get into this. This is off the subject of what we're talking about. But yeah, I just think it's great that we're having this conversation, because I think people need to be honest about stuff. And not enough people are. And I think it's great that you're here, and I think it's great that you've come out the other side and you're building a new life. And I want to tell you, Lauren, something. Like, with the best advice that anyone's ever, well, there's 2 bits, but the second best I would say is, this too shall pass. All of this stuff, it feels as raw as it does in the moment.
I've spent the last few months.
You'll have a great life going forward. You'll make great content. And by the way, you've been humbled. All of us get humbled at points when we think, oh, and it's coming from me, it's coming from Francis, it's coming from all of us. And the great thing about that is, you are now a much more nuanced person. The stuff you're going to put out into the world is going to be much more closer to the reality of stuff. and there's an audience out there for that. It may not be the same as, talking about how women ain't shit, but then it's going to be you though,
Yeah.
and that's what you really want.
Yeah, and I know it's well. I think this has mostly passed. I think this is part
Yeah.
of it
Good.
passing.
Yeah.
I'm very very grateful for the life I'm living. I'll tell you right now,
Awesome.
when I don't think people even talk about the physiological effects of lying. And I know it's lying by omission, like me not talking about my marriage and continuing to wear my wedding ring. I literally was going gray. You must be lying a lot here. No, I had 2 gray streaks going on either side of my head. I couldn't sleep at all, nothing. And it wasn't until I published my long tweet and video saying, you know what, here's the truth. This is the life I'm actually living, that I was able to start healing. I stopped graying. I was able to sleep better. My body, like, incredible, incredible. I actually think it kills you. Lying. Gabor Mate, I'm sure you've read his book, but yeah, constantly suppressing truth actually kills you. It actually has a physiognomy effect, so to speak.
Well, you were asking me about the tour with Jordan before we started, and this is what he talks about. It's very interesting because he basically talks whenever anyone asks him about heaven or hell, he always talks about heaven on hell on earth. He doesn't talk about the afterlife. I don't even know if he believes in the afterlife. And what he says is, every time you do things that you know are the wrong thing to do, and lying would be right at the top of the list, especially for Jordan, I think, you get closer to your personal hell on earth.
Yes.
And every time you tell the truth and you act in accordance with your principles and with your values, you get closer to heaven on earth. And so every step, and it's funny, we've been talking about this all week with the guys as well, is like every single thing that you can do that you know is in line with who you are and who you're supposed to be takes you that little tiny step closer to being in a good place. And it works the other way too. And you stack up those lies long enough, you're going to be in hell.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
And
I think-
likewise, the truth.
And I think people, it's very interesting. Christians talk a lot about spiritual warfare. And have you ever read Screwtape Letters by
No.
C.S. Lewis? Oh, it's my favorite author. I love C.S. Lewis. But it's a conversation between, demons about how they're going to manipulate a human being. And you look on Twitter and some of the conversation that's going on, and these people literally sound like the demons from Screwtape Letters in the way that they talk and try to manipulate you. Even like the repetitive barking of, you whore, you this, talking to anyone, kill yourself. And sometimes I'll click on their accounts and I'll scroll through and I'll be like, what is the kind of person that tweets like this? And I found one a few weeks ago. Most of his tweets are just like using every possible slur towards every influencer you could imagine. And then I found a tweet where it was a long rant and he was talking about, I have never felt further from God in my entire life. I feel nothing but hate. I feel nothing but disgust towards everyone. I want everyone around me to suffer. My life is nothing but pain. And like going deep into this man's literally saying, I just want to fully embrace the demon. And whether you believe in, the spiritual, I do, or you don't, there is clearly a psychological poison that people can dip their soul into and be almost entirely lost in. And these people have full access to your brain on the internet. They have full access to try to manipulate you and psychologically move you, which I think brings it into the audience capture. In some cases, when you don't block these people, when you leave them having access to your energy and your psyche, I think it's literally demonic influence. You have just thousands and thousands of these people screeching the most useless, unhelpful lies in your ears. And some people have the audacity to say, haha, you blocked me, I win. I wouldn't let a crackhead scream at me on the street. I'd cross the street and say bye-bye. Why would I let a bunch of people on the internet that are acting like crackheads and demons do that? It affects people, whether you admit it or not. It does.
If you admit darkness, then that's what you're going to get in return. And if you admit light, that's what you're going to get. You have to make that choice. What is it that you want to do? We all know that person who walks into a room and they just seem to suck everybody's energy. You don't.
I'm not him.
But it's true, and you can, whether you want to believe in spirituality or not, we all feel it. We're like, ugh, get away from them.
Yeah, and I find it very interesting that when you go on and you see a lot of these accounts that are doing this, at least on the right, obviously the left have their own little demons that are, and they kind of portray the same thing though. You have a lot of the people on the right that put like the Christian cross in their profile, and then they're like, "Die, whore, you'll never be forgiven for your sins." And
I
I'm
mean,
like,
to be fair, like, you know, that was Christianity a few centuries ago.
well, I don't think that was Christianity.
Let's not open up a whole.
I don't think that's what Christ would have liked very
No,
much.
well, you talk about OnlyFans. I mean, Jesus hung out with basically
Yeah.
girls who
Yes.
did OnlyFans. and
Yeah,
everything.
Exactly.
exactly.
And then you have like the left-wing demons that have like peace, love, unity, and they're like, kill yourself.
Yeah.
And these people are, very, very deeply dark. And you'll never see them in a profile photo. You'll always see fake profile photos because I think, like you said, when you have these people who are energy sucks, who are clearly not taking care of themselves, who hate their lives, when they walk into a room, you can feel it, you can see it. And I think most of the people who behave in this way, it just wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for the shield of the internet. So much like any sort of great invention, it can be used for great good or great evil, depending on the state of humanity. And I think it's really exposing a spiraling humanity psychologically. It wouldn't be possible to spiral to this level if we had the accountability of actually seeing how people were treating themselves eye to eye, face to face, how people were received in their communities. I know for a fact none of these people could talk like this to my face. None of these people could survive in a community or in real life if they,
Well, that's why on the
went out in
internet
public.
saying dumb shit. 'Cause
Yeah.
They don't have that. Listen, it's great to have you on. I think you have a unique opportunity now, actually, having been through all of this, to start. Because, see, we talked about this earlier with your generation, like being the first ones to really experience the full glare of the internet without any reality attached. But your story is a good example of how this starts to get balanced out. People like you coming forward and going, like, this is what happened, and this is what I thought, and now I think this, and this is why, and blah, blah, blah. You have a unique opportunity now to reach lots of people and kind of get them to realize, you need to go and touch grass every now and again. So even if that's all you do, it's been, you have an opportunity to do that, is what I'm saying, and I hope you take it.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope so too. And I would definitely tell anyone who is watching this, if you're in this limbo right now of, oh, I want to live up to the expectations of this ideology or this group that I've
Fuck.
on the internet, don't live up to the expectations of what you truly want in the real world, what's going to make you happy, what's going to make your family happy, what's going to build and create and, just bring joy into your life daily and goodness. And none of that has anything to do with what people you've never met say on the internet or ideas that aren't applicable in real life. So choose the reality, Bill.
And
I would
also,
highly recommend.
one of the things that I find very, what I mean?
You're giving me
Marriage advice from a guy who has, I don't know, 7 girlfriends or whatever. Like, I'm not, he has nothing to teach me. You know what I mean? So there are lots of people in your life, I hope, I don't mean you specifically, but just in a person's life, where you go, well, Uncle this has a great relationship. Can I go and talk to him about how to do this? Or this guy knows how to use a hammer and I need to hammer something. Like, you wouldn't ask people for advice. Do you know what I mean?
You're giving me. I wish I didn't lose this memory by getting so caught up in the internet stuff. But the best man I ever met in my life, one of them, my grandfather. My mother had 4 sisters and single mother. My grandmother was an orphan from the war, and came to Canada at 16 years old with absolutely nothing and nobody, and ended up with 4 daughters without fathers involved for the most part, and they were like literally dumpster diving in trash cans to get food. And my grandfather was a traveling clothing salesman, met them, took all the girls in, I always saw him as grandpa, he was their father, took care of them, absolutely adored my grandmother, Jenny, got married, adored each other to the very end. And when he died, I remember being, I can't remember exactly how old I was, but I was still young, maybe a young teenager, and being in the backyard there, and all of the sisters holding hands, and my grandma and myself and the grandchildren planting a tree, and just being like, we loved and adored this man, and he was the happiest man I ever met. Loved music every day. It didn't work out for them either, and they did all of these things right. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong. But it was also very freeing because I'm like, maybe I don't need to blame myself. I take responsibility for making poor decisions, but That's also just life. It's complicated, and all you can do is move forward and make better decisions with the information you've. More like years, living in contradiction and trying to get out of it. I am no longer married, and not by choice. Yes, I know I am the girl who basically was the poster child for marriage and traditionalism, telling everyone if they didn't follow the perfect trad guide that I had figured out at 20 years old, they'd grow up to be alone or single mothers. The horror. I was the queen of the pick-me's until I got picked. Oh boy, how the turntables. That was Lauren Southern. You might be familiar with her. She has been a pretty big star in right-wing media and had promoted the so-called trad wife lifestyle. But now she's sharing her hellish experience actually living as an ultra-traditional wife and mother. Lauren Southern is a Canadian right-wing star, and she used to regularly champion the trad wife kind of domestic lifestyle and mindset. She gained international notoriety, according to Unheard, for her views on mass immigration, Islam, racially motivated farm murders in South Africa, and the supposed harms of liberal feminism. Content that saw her accused by the radical left-wing Southern Poverty Law Center of racist dog whistling and even hovering at the precipice of outright white nationalism. Now, Southern herself has always denied those allegations. Then, at the age of 22, she became, I can't believe she was 22 when she got married. Yeah, at 22, she became a full-time traditional wife and mom in her husband's home of Australia, and that's when things took a turn. She thought that as long as I put on the high heels and the lipstick when my husband comes home, as long as I cook the best meal, as long as I'm always submissive and say, yes, sir, whatever you want, things will go fantastic. But things didn't go fantastic. Things were actually pretty awful in her relationship, and you know, I feel terrible reading about what her experiences were. She says, if I ever disagreed with him in any capacity, he'd just disappear for days at a time. I remember there were nights where he'd call me worthless and pathetic, then get in his car and leave. He'd also threaten to divorce her if she ever challenged him on anything. I had this delusional view, she says, of relationships, that only women could be the ones that make or break them, and men can do no wrong. And she didn't spot some of the red flags, and unfortunately, she didn't spot them even as they were growing more extreme. She says he'd lock me out of the house. I remember having to knock on the neighbor's door on rainy nights because he'd get upset and drive off without unlocking the house. It was very strange to go from being this public figure as Southern, and crying sincerely in 2019, she announced that she was leaving media and activism altogether. As Southern tells it, she was trying sincerely to put into practice the ideology she promoted in her videos. Quote, I believe the radical left-ins actually living as an ultra-traditional is be used to regularly champion the trad wife kind of debate. She gained international notoriety, according to Unheard, for her views on mass immigration, Islam, racially motivated farm murders in South Africa, and her accused by the radical left-wing Southern Poverty Law Center of racist dog whistling and even hovering at the precipice white nationalism. Denied those allegations. Then at the age of 22, she became, I can't believe she was 22 when she got married. Yeah, at 22, she became a full-time traditional wife and mom in her husband's home of Australia, and that's when things took a turn. Them rainy nights because he'd get upset that certain role in my let know anyone.
Pausing here to deliver something, it's just to the west. Doesn't necessarily mean and they wag their this trad wife.
You're not understanding me. You're misunderstanding me, okay? In your world, an interesting conversation is where me and Jordan Peterson see how lightly we can touch our together, okay, for 2 hours, okay, without making the other person come or cry. Every single league. Okay, he was the bad thing. Strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and cool. I think that means almost certainly voting we should or I get wise up. Let's say that in a country somebody passed a law, say that in a 9% for protesting those. If a country passes a
Not being charged is equivalent to
I never said it was equivalent.
child rape.
I never. That means that there's. I lost that.
There's a fine line between free speech and hate speech, and political activist Lauren Southern, now she's
And hip and with psychological diversity. Oh, sure. I am a young woman at war with the world. You can't just withdraw consent. How Lauren has touched down in a loud and clear statement. Provocative, sure. Made her an internet sensation. Promising to pack venues around. Here's the broad message. And quite lovely. So we took her to our own multicultural. Welcome to Australia, that's for sure. Chinatown. How do you feel being here? Well, it doesn't feel like Australia. People come here to go on their. This is, like I said, in the future. Not to Lauren though. She's infamous for this rape misconception. It had her banned from the country altogether. Now obsolete by some transgender right now.
The career you've been dreaming of is waiting for you in Australia's Northern Territory.
I have done everything possible with every fiber of my being to not discuss this subject, but it just won't go away. By now, I'm sure.
Every time.
I talked to a girl. Day has reported she's going to be getting pathological behavior we are with. I never thought people would be punished to the degree that they are today for saying what they think. It's been a disgusting thing to see people, rather than garner wisdom and share it with younger people, destroy the reputations of the youth for their own gain. I think it's more difficult to be Gen Z and do it all.
Yeah. And what brought you to start into activism at such a young age? And how did that happen? And why did you do it?
Oh man, I feel like I've spent these last few years reassessing my entire childhood and life. And I had a very strange childhood. I grew up in a super evangelical family. We listened to a lot of American podcasts and media, and so like Dennis Prager, I was listening to when I was like 8 years old on the way to school. Plenty of podcasts for being.
And what do you think?
Been given, well, you're actually working in that office. And clip him. And people don't realize that this is never going to be a proper analysis. Trust in my own decision making and my own confidence of what I was saying. And it was very hard for me to get back on camera and do videos. Very difficult. I'll go and I'll watch videos of my younger self who objectively knew less about the world. He's had kind of a similar idea. He's like, you've got so many webs. It's been difficult the last few years to get back into my work in documentary making, especially on topics that are more controversial or there's kind of less consensus around them, like something like Farmlands, where I'm going in and I'm going against the entire media apparatus. I'm opening myself up to all sorts of accusations of racism, conspiracy theory, all of this, and I did have to deal with a lot of that, despite it very much being proven true to this day. So it's been hard to trudge into that territory with confidence again. But I think now that I'm catching my stride, psychologically healing from a pretty crazy past, I will say there's been more than just the marriage falling apart, which is very psychologically traumatizing to me. Being so close to the government apparatus with what my ex did for work and kind of seeing how it worked behind the scenes also struck a lot of fear in my heart. I am incredibly naive about how powerful governments actually are, how much they're monitoring us, how much they can affect and change the collective psyche through manipulating algorithms. And realizing what the behemoth I was against, I feel like when I was younger and I was like, of course I can change the world, of course I can beat these governments, of course I can win with truth, or doing damage, because I can't tell if it's raising the bar of expectation more. Really incredible.
It's on the road, like it's in the moment.
Yeah.
It does have support.
Oh, but I do. Feels and the protector, and the government aren't even allowing for that. Masculine being used in a celebration of the feminine. I got to make money. I can see a revival of the aren't even allowing for that. The kind of
question about alt-right being identified
this in a massive so much.
So I watched Farmland.
Oh, you did?
This morning at 5 in the morning. Wow. Woke up and watched it. That was a good way to start the day. That was a great movie.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thought you did a wonderful job. So even though that was a while ago that you made that movie, what year was it then?
It came out in either 2017 or 2018. Yeah. I think 2017.
Oh yeah, you're very brave, and those people that you interviewed gave them a voice.
Thank you.
So, like, how are you bringing?
I'm going to be starting doing some more documentary work in the next few months here, but I'll be honest, it's been difficult or more controversial, or there's kind of less consensus around them, like something like Farmlands, where I'm going in and I'm going against the entire media apparatus. I'm opening myself this, and I did have to deal with a lot of that, despite it. Trudge into that territory with confidence again, logically healing from a pretty just the marriage falling apart with what my ex did for work, and kind of seeing how it worked behind the scenes. Also, more than other now, it's like weird even saying that. I'm very about it. That even though it's horrific, I like it a lot better than scrolling doom scrolling themselves explicitly. These people, but no, it's been a disgusting thing to see people with age, rather than garner wisdom and share it with younger people, destroy the reputations of the youth for their own gain. That is like the cannibalizing of some of the older generations that I think is destroying the world. You know, we no longer have an older generation that are planting the oak tree they're never going to see for the next. You have them cannibalizing the prospects of young people, both in the housing market, in the public policy being put together today, and in media. And
What do you mean by cannibalizing?
Well, you look at like the immigration policies in Canada. Right now, it's propping up the housing market quite a bit because both my sister and I were just the homes we were previously living in were put up for sale because people can't afford their mortgage rates anymore. Right? It's getting absurd. The inflation, everyone's losing jobs, no one can afford the rent. But the only way to keep the housing market really artificially propped up is to have hordes of immigration coming in, so that there's so much demand. You have families of 20 people buying one house altogether, pooling their resources, and a family of 2 parents, 2 kids can't afford anything.
New to Neds. Place a 3+ leg multi on any Aussie racing code, and if one leg fails, get up to $50 back in bonus cash. Available once per day this week. Take it to the Neds level. What are you really gambling with?
Apparently, Rollo has talked with Lawrence on his ex right now. I'm not going to comment on Lawrence's personal life because it's a bunch of shit. Here's something that I'll say that I don't know if this made it to the Blair White interview or not. Here's something that I will say as somebody that knows a lot about that situation. Almost every single thing I've seen posted by Milo, Fuentes, and Rollo talking about the situation is completely wrong. It's very interesting to me to see how many people are willing to make up a ton of shit about somebody that they don't like when they do not have all the details. And it's one of the reasons why, because this happens over and over again, it's one of the reasons why when people start gossiping about other people, unless they're actually going to show receipts, don't believe anything, because people love to gossip. And people really love to gossip about shit that they have no idea about. Why would I just lie like that? Wouldn't it be super easy to prove? When it comes to really personal matters like that, the reason why people are incentivized to lie is because nobody really wants to leak more like personal details about themselves. That's like just generally true for most people. Like you can make up lies about people's really personal relationships, and oftentimes they don't want to say anything about it at all because they don't want to like leak all their personal shit. How confident are you in what you know? 100%. Trust me. Funny, Rollo told me the same thing. Yeah, but the difference between me and Rollo is one, I don't have a track record of just making stuff about people. Generally, I'm pretty sure everything I've ever said is generally stuff that is true. If I'm wrong, if it's not wrong with someone, I don't usually just lie gossip about people, unless I'm obviously lie gossip about people. Somebody's about to bring up the Hassan thing. Number one, and number two, Rollo has compared to my track record of being generally correct, Rollo has a track record of making it up. Even just recently when we were reviewing those videos, for instance, here's another piece of first-hand information that I know is incorrect. Rollo claimed, with no evidence, he'll never have evidence, that some Michael guy was paying Abba and Preach and Hassan, I think, or somebody else. Rollo's claiming that this guy was paying people to make hit pieces on him. Nobody's paying anybody to make hit pieces on Rollo, because in the grand scheme of things, nobody cares about Rollo. Rollo's barely relevant, like, even in the Red Pill space. He's like a small player now. So, yeah. Mushmalaha, Mushmala. It's taken many years, but we have finally found Wish how the story the most fun people have on stream, but I think she lands on her desire to do future internet content. I think Lauren was one of the most fun people have on stream, but we underperformed on it over the past like 6 months.
Yeah, very disappointing, and Lola Tomasi is so
True. So you just had like a 4-hour gossip stream on kind of on me and then on a friend of mine, so like
inclined than any you run your mouth more than a girl does. Go and start more drama online.
And I'm like, Mama, I'm like, oh yeah,
just posting all this stuff. It was confirmed that
your current boyfriend is not quiet.
I don't don't think it would be endearing to put such an emphasis on that, you know, because it doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is he's the best person I've ever met.
What's this out? What?
Boost, the great tasting vitamin boost.
Oh! I know she's got ADHD. I am not idle. What? I who was hot enough to fool around with. So could it? I didn't confirm it. I didn't say anything. Something. It's about what? Oh. This other clip. I've not watched it. Perfect.
I had way too much the first.
You always think of divorce.
Hoping that the logistics would just work out. Or even indicate to, I guess.
Or he would divorce me. Which of course most of the politicians don't want these that are cannibalizing the future of the youth.
I see.
Yeah. You always think of divorce as I mean, I don't think that's the only reason immigration is happening. These were not the pretenses I should be making, and you can kind of of our marriage by certain individuals would impact his work at his new job. Even under the best possible circumstances, feelings like that would eventually curdle into resentment, and they did here. His resentment did not come from nowhere. His position undoubtedly suffered when his colleagues became aware that I was his wife, but even so, it was absolutely not healthy for either of us. He was forced to live with a wife who he increasingly saw as a millstone around his neck, whereas I was trapped alone in Australia with no family or friends and a husband who resented me. The low point of this all was probably lockdown, which for me was so traumatic that I have repressed large chunks of my memory. I cannot tell you guys how lonely and painful it was being stuck by myself in a big house all day with someone who, for weeks at a time, would hardly acknowledge me beyond a dismissive hello, or worse, just give me reminders of what absolute deadweight I was for his life.
Brittany. Hi, Brittany. I think Lauren has issues taking responsibility, but she didn't sign up for a marriage where her husband surprised her with random moves. That seems insane. No matter person sharing their own personal experience stories with the other, not recognize would be story about. I don't know if she said that experience with something or in a personal married for.
Was devastating and life-changing in its own right. Because from my perspective, the entire point of being married was that you will not leave each other. You support each other through anything, no matter what. And because even thinking about the idea was too upsetting, let alone risking it actually happen, I ultimately decided to put my misgivings aside and simply made the trip to Australia with him. Although I did have friends and family telling me that these were not the pretenses I should be making a move like that under. And maybe it seems naive to you watching, and you can kind of see how the future is going to go here, but I was still bright-eyed and bushy-tailed with a child and a husband that I loved, and believed that that was just a one-time occurrence, that was a one-time threat. And our marriage certainly did not have an easier time in Australia. Getting in, as I've already explained before, was a nightmare for me, one which ultimately required me to give up my political career. Yet even without politics, I was already staring down the barrel of travel restrictions or similar issues. And all while my husband was not only seemingly ashamed of me, but paranoid that discovery of our marriage by certain individuals would impact his work at his new job. Even under the best possible circumstances, feelings like that would eventually curdle into resentment, and they did here. His resentment did not come from nowhere. His position undoubtedly suffered when his colleagues became aware that I was his wife, but even so, it was absolutely not healthy for either of us. He was forced to live with a wife who he increasingly
Brittany, a big part of response, true for
were mostly empty except a couple kangaroos. There weren't community events to be a stay-at-home mom. I certainly did not have enough funds to support myself or our son if he were to do so, and no way to return home to my family because of government COVID restrictions at the time. I didn't want to get too political at this part of the video, but I really don't think people realize, certainly not governments, the absolute depths of darkness that lockdown brought to some of us. As I mentioned earlier, I filmed this section like 3 times, and I cried the first few times. I'm finally at a point where I can barely remember many of those months.
Family. Clearly, if you're like fully uprooted from it, sounds like a very connected family. Clearly, if you're like because one of extreme version of the community loss is
a pretty depressing situation to be in. I spent literally every day of my waking existence desperately trying to think of ways to make my husband see me, to love me the way that he used to. If I just cooked dinner right, and if I made the perfect dessert, the perfect breakfast, how small married. I think because he had acknowledged the threat to his career that marrying me would pose at the beginning of our relationship and seemingly accepted it, he never would use this as his reason for divorce, but it was something he brought up every day as a frustration, all while pinning his divorce reasons on seemingly less important things. One such complaint had to do with my ADHD. He told me he could not be with me unless I fixed it, like absolutely fixed it. So I tried. I went and I got officially diagnosed in Australia at a specified clinic. I began taking Vyvanse, which is like an ADHD stimulant drug. They've got others like Concerta, or you've probably heard of Ritalin. I started taking that daily to try to manage it. I understand even now how frustrating having a partner with ADHD can be, largely because it frustrates me to have it. But I did everything one can possibly do to try to manage it, and it still wasn't enough. I was repeatedly told that I was not making enough progress in that department. Can't change of
being like, so we just divorced her over the AIDS. Not so nation of the relationship, marriage and family therapist, and they're like, man, my husband just like won't do the dishes. It's never to who's
how could my son, who will likely have it as well, be deserving of love? I know that we make fun of therapy culture, but my therapist told me something that really turned this around, asking me point blank that if I wasn't deserving of love for my ADHD, then how could my son, who will likely have it as well? Very healing. You know, the start of our relationship was nothing like what I'm describing now. Otherwise, well, everyone who would listen whenever they happened, because that was the only reality, one way or another, that I could.
Sorry, just a logistic. I just need to stand because I hurt my back.
A flight to Canada immediately because he was divorcing me. I was back in 2 weeks. I had my flights booked back. All of our relationship was in such a bad spot that if I returned to Canada, he would simply have to end our marriage. Only this time, having not seen my family for so long, genuinely I was in a bad, much worse mental health crisis, desperately. I held out hope for a very long time and a week to make him stay. And the idea of being with anyone else felt like blasphemy against the one person who I'd sworn for my entire life was dead. And not just dead for me, but dead for my child. If you have watched my thought, I felt them to be wholly true. Like I had a complete mental health state of delusion. It's going to come back at some point going forward.
Wow, myself. Dad, sure that I don't
obsessed with
Rollo spoke to the husband and is discussing it.
Probably can't get to that good to know to me there, but
point that when I did finally arrive for my flight to leave the country, officers actually pulled me into the back room at the airport and told me I had to give them all the passwords to my phone, my computers, hard drives, etc. if I wanted to see my family in Canada again. I mean, the degree to which this government have messed with me, some random Canadian citizen with no criminal record, now on both political and personal levels is pretty insane. And, maybe it's just because of my activism, or maybe it's because of who I was married to at the time and the information they had access to. But man, they vacuum treated me well. That's which is the terrorist criminal consideration. And at this point, I really see no prospect of ever getting off it, which means even if I wanted to, I could never return to Australia. Believe me, certainly over the one that I was on before, that they only took me off when I quit politics last time. And at this point, I really see no prospect of ever getting off it, which means even if I wanted to, I could never return to Australia. Believe me, certainly over the last couple of years, I've tried to find a way. I spoke to lawyers, put in applications, but nothing has worked. I am barred from the country. It really seemed that God and every force in the universe was trying to tell me, no, Lauren, you can't fix everything. That's not how real return to tradition. Traditional, have kids and stay that way at every step. Have said that the ideal was the feminine housewife and the masculine COVID. Choose their views in politics to be single dads exist too, and I will always be just as proud of them as I am of myself, because politics of eternally smiling. Not just them. They're too afraid to stop moving.
I'm tracked from like any type of. That's me. I think I say I'm accountable for.
Most devastating life moments with the world. Because that myself, among many others, have created a political and online culture that not only does it relational issues because they constantly have to convenient. I have played in building this epistemological separate due to the nature of the relationship deepening.
A divorce is about to come up, and there's an error, and they'll kind of
very, very mentally lost for a long time. This experience has really given me a useful and building us back up. And then their church stepped in. One of the biggest fears, I definitely not have the energy.
Characterizing who Lauren Southern was. It's not like he didn't know that she was in a familial relationship.
Make no mistake, I was.
Seems a bit hyperbolic.
To be a stay-at-home mom, I certainly did not have enough funds to support my friends and family. Every day of his life working towards, risked so much for, achieved all this stuff. And before you scoff, know this, he did mean it, because he did move to Canada to be with me, and he did change jobs. And during his time here, we had some truly beautiful moments together, which I will never regret, the most important of which being our decision to get married and have a son. I wanted a son and a daughter.
Whom use the internet for.
Can appreciate that and understand why that for me. What I'll say is that pairing someone with a high-level security clearance with an activist who obviously has problems with almost
might feel about what she's describing here. Even though we have never made that beating down your neck, actually are really interesting. Me think about what happened, because I tend to hard is like driving them in a certain direction. And I also think about for on Airbnb that warranted or not. It's interesting to look at how state exerting that type of control is going to grow state or not. We're not.
The fear in the back of my head. The Lauren Southern you knew, who started in activism, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at, 18, 19 years old, got the living shit beat out of her psychologically. But I am getting a lot better lately, conquering some of my fears. I'm beating around the bush. Back to what I was saying. I mean, all I will say is that pairing someone with a high-level security clearance with an activist who obviously has problems with almost every government around the world for her anti-government sentiments, that is going to be a nightmare no matter who the people are. And we both knew that going into dating, let alone marrying. We knew it would be tough. We discussed the possibility that he might either lose his job or forfeit any chance at advancement if he were to marry me due to my activism. In fact, that and the massive distance between us were two of the main reasons for me being apprehensive about dating him in the first place. I didn't want to live in Australia or complicate his life's work for that matter, and I told him so very clearly. And yet he claimed to care so deeply, so much for me, that he was willing to switch careers if he had to. He would move to Canada at the
It feel like it's hard for people to date whom use the internet for a living, whether political or online events. It can blow up.
Feel that moment, absolutely. It's a problem with like with the internet, not have this. So it's not unless you are essentially super like not saying that like you things you they're going to that's like and it like going on behind this. It's like it sort of was 6 months later. My sweater's kind of contentious and
drop of a hat to be with me. And, you know, that was one of those head over heels romantic moments that I think every girl wants to hear. The career, it's just not as important as you. I'm willing to give it up. And before you scoff, know this, he did mean it, because he did move to Canada to be with me, and he did change jobs. And during his time here, we had some truly beautiful moments together, which I will never regret, the most important of which being our decision to get married and have a son. I wanted a son and a daughter, so did he. So really, you know, looking at the situation at the time, it was like, what's the problem here? Well, the problem was that, like with most couples, people have honeymoon periods. And when ours ended and the more mundane life set in, I was actually pretty content with it. I was really happy with it. But for my husband, it seemed like the reality of losing his life's work was beginning to set in. And understandably so. To give up his home and job that he had spent every day of his life working towards, risked so much for, achieved all this status and respect, to just throw that away and be nobody.
yeah, I think if you're going to give up on like your career pursuits to make that to come to this is we marry for love now work. There have to change exactly with that and be like, yeah, that probably a bunch of kids together, family, and then blames that like I just I'm sure that's
that just got hard.
Felt. Um, yeah.
That just got harder and harder for him to cope with, especially once he started doing the more boring work he had in Canada and found it, frankly, intolerable. And it's not that I simply left him alone with these feelings. I did not. I did my best to comfort and make things easier for him. I obviously had some savings from doing YouTube before, and I used that to split rent, pay for groceries and life costs, and kind of take that burden off his shoulders whenever I could. Took care of the home, our child, both when I was pregnant and after I'd given birth, because that's what you do in a partnership. You give 100% of enough, because the fact was he was still trapped in jobs that felt like, but it wasn't enough, because the fact was he was still trapped in jobs that felt like dead ends after what he had given up before. So perhaps it is not surprising that a few months or so after I'd given birth, he accepted a new job in Australia, one that was closer to the kind of work that he had left behind. And when I say he accepted it, I mean without my input. He didn't consult me at all. He just announced one day that we were moving to Australia. Which again, I understand. When you feel as trapped as he clearly did, you will gnaw off your own leg, and telling your wife to pack a suitcase probably felt minor in comparison. But that does not change the fact that he had said we would live in Canada, and finding this out right after I had given birth and just started to rebuild my community support systems after such a chaotic change in my life came as quite a shock. All of which is to say I was a little upset. A little upset he hadn't consulted me because I felt we should make these decisions together as a couple. And to be clear, I didn't actually refuse to go. I just told him I would have had an easier time supporting him in making that move if we had talked about it properly beforehand. Which, rather than kind of change his tune and you know, take the approach that I wish we had in the first place of talking about it together, his response was to say I either make the move or he would divorce me. Now, when I made my wedding vows, I meant them. In sickness,
that probably start feeling this pulls and possible separate. Actually, that'll blind dynamic, telling the note of languages of this antagonism about the remembrance of that. I don't think you what is max. You're looking.
Period. So hearing that divorce was even on the table for him was devastating and life-changing in its own right. Because from my perspective, the entire point of being married was that you will not leave each other. You support each other through anything, no matter what. And because even thinking about the idea was too upsetting, let alone risking it actually happen, I ultimately decided to put my misgivings aside and simply made the trip to Australia with him. Although I did have friends and family telling me that and maybe it seems nice. I was still bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. That certainly did not have an easier time in Australia. That was a one-time threat. And our marriage certainly did not have an easier time in Australia. Getting in, as I've already explained before, was even without politics. I was already staring down the barrel of travel restrictions or similar issues. When I did finally arrive for my flight to leave the country,
trash that I'm not trash towards other people. So bad, I've noticed. Certainly to take, and then Aisha is going to be a look Aisha on your accountability, but with enough squeaking room, old self to live with through. I could go for my actions when I'm mad.
Life moments with the world, because I am an insane person, clearly. And, you know, I gotta say, it is a tragedy that myself, among many others, have created a political mission that not experiencing is typically referred to as a coercive control religion of traditionalism and family in the modern a long while ago. People are going to have questions. And if I don't tell under why I'm going to talk about this now, many of you might hear me say this and still wonder why I'm going to talk about this at all. I would have asked what kind of unstable narcissist splashes the details of their wedding and separation all over the internet. Part of me still would rather not talk about any of this. I have clearly avoided it for 2 years, but for better or for worse, I am a public figure, and if I take my ring off, as I should have a long while ago, people are going to have questions. And if I don't tell this story, it is very possible that someone with little to no empathy for me will, as often happens on the internet, or rather tell a garbled and inaccurate version of it in order to hurt or discredit a full lie. Now, if you have followed me for long enough, you probably know that I love making impulsive decisions once it is too late. A good idea at the time, but start to show their downsides awfully quickly once it is too late, which is exactly what happened here. Marriage was this massive dream for me. I mean, despite my life that so many that I assumed my husband had in his head as so desperate and as a result of that, I rushed into marriage. Husband had in his head as well. And as a result of that, I rushed into marriage. Like a college kid who picks up the Communist Manifesto and decides to join the revolution, I simply never bothered to ask some of the most obvious questions, like, can this person deliver what they claim to want? Or can I trust their promises?
I think a really difficult outcomes.
Soon to learn, it was especially vital to know the answer in my case, because being married to me has its own unique challenges. The main one being, I am super, super controversial. And for someone with a respectable job like my husband had,
I think like roles that were like well set up for. And this is like the weird thing is like it doesn't super important.
For any marriage, this is a question that cannot go unanswered. But as I was soon to learn, it was especially vital to know the answer in my case, because being married to me has its own unique challenges. And for someone with a respectable job like my husband had, that's a big problem. The thing is, though, calling it a respectable job is underselling the situation a bit. A lawyer is a respectable job. A doctor is a respectable job. You could even consider a teacher a respectable job. But for the most part, those respectable jobs do not require a security clearance. My husband's job did. And I know that there will be rampant speculation about what that means, but I really don't want to hurt his career any more than I may have already. By getting into the details of it. Sorry guys, I'm just adding this later, but I don't really know why I'm mincing my words here. Obviously, I do not want to hurt my ex's career, but at the same time, it's pretty damn obvious my ex worked for the feds. I know, enjoy the memes. It's all absurd and weird. He wasn't like head of right-wing investigations or anything like that. It was more of an innocuous role. But that whole apparatus, they know each other, they work amongst one another, and it sure as hell complicated things, to say the least. It's really more feds. I'm just any more than I may have already by getting into the details of it. Sorry guys, I'm just adding this later. The security respectable job. But for the most part, those respectable jobs do not require a security clearance. My husband's job did. And I know that there will be rampant I don't really know right at the life I have spent have suffered as a result of political investigations that I haven't talked about publicly, had the state detain me until I gave up all my tech devices and passwords to them, even during times when I had no involvement in politics at all. I've been barred from multiple countries, including Australia now. And after all of this happens to you, it becomes really difficult to tell what could be done. So I hope you can all understand a lot.
So I'm gonna actually, for me, is your trauma. A lot of people I think might. She's describing here. Talk about. she's not getting into this, so this is kind of my aside. It makes me think about what happens to like conservative pundits that get like radicalized over time. And because I tend to focus on the lens of like how the media portrays them and how that probably in part is like driving them in a certain direction. And also like certain things like in group think, like they're often only engaging with others who think like them, which are also like pulling their worldview to a more extreme level. But then I also think about like some of these like material responses as well. Ridiculously just paranoia, how right wing. I'm not saying that I agree with understand back as well.
Activism brighter in the back of my head. The Lauren Southern you knew who started in activism, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 18, 19 years old, got the living shit beat out of her psychologically. But I am getting a lot better lately. Some of my fears, beating around the bush with some. Back to what I was saying.
I mean, all I will say is that pairing someone with a high-level security clearance with an activist who obviously has problems with almost every government around the world for her anti-government sentiments, that is going to be a nightmare no matter who the people are. And we both knew that going into dating, let alone marrying. We knew it would be tough. We discussed the possibility of activism. He might either lose his job or forfeit any chance at advancement, as were two of the main reasons that, for me being apprehensive for that matter. So much
It feel like
to like percent like
traumatized by it all. So calling it a respectable job, unique challenge. For any marriage, this is a question that cannot go unanswered. But as I was soon to learn, it was especially vital to know the answer in my case, because being married to me has its own unique challenges. The main one being I am super, super controversial. And for someone with a respectable job like my husband had, that's a big problem. The thing is, though, calling it a respectable job is underselling the situation a bit. A lawyer is a respectable job. A doctor is a respectable job. You could even consider a teacher a respectable job. But for the most part, those respectable jobs do not require a security clearance. My husband's job did. And I know that there will be rampant speculation about what that means, but I really don't want to hurt his career any more than I may have already. By getting into the details of it. Sorry guys, I'm just adding this later, but I don't really know why I'm mincing my words here. Obviously, I do not want to hurt my ex's career, but at the same time, it's pretty damn obvious my ex worked for the feds. I know, enjoy the memes. It's all absurd and weird. He wasn't like head of right-wing investigations or anything like that. It was more of an innocuous role. But that whole apparatus, they know each other, they work amongst one another, and it sure is how complicated things this apparatus it's all my ex. Obviously, I do not want to hurt my ex's career, but at the same time, it's pretty damn obvious my ex worked for the feds. I know, enjoy the memes. It's all absurd and weird. He wasn't like head of right-wing investigations or anything like that. It was more of an innocuous role. But that whole apparatus, they know each other, they work amongst one another, and it sure is how complicated things. This is why I have it all written down on time, living in fear. It's a wrong face, but I have spent way too much time living in fear. It may sound ridiculous to some of you, but I do live in fear of the government for talking about stuff like this. I have suffered. My family have suffered as a result of this entanglement with the state and my activism. And I am a bit traumatized by it all, if I'm being honest. I have spent hours, days of my life with my newborn child in questioning sessions, wondering if I'll be allowed to see my family. I've been under active political investigation that I haven't talked about publicly, had the state detain me until I gave up all my tech devices and passwords to them, even during times when I had no involvement in politics at all. I've been barred from multiple countries, including Australia now. And after all of this happens to you, it becomes really difficult to discern what is and isn't just invented paranoia in your head. It becomes hard to tell what could be done to you next if you say the wrong thing and if you could hurt the people that you love more. So I hope you can all understand why I'm being so awkward and vague in a lot of this video. I'm a lot better now. I am, but it's still this like constant nagging.
So I'm gonna actually that's how a lot of people I think might. It's interesting to hear
both knew that going into dating
and unscathed and without any scar tissue. It seems like unless you are essentially super sanitized, where you bother nobody, right? Like Vsauce. Vsauce is like does fine, but you can really is for content.
During his time here, we had some truly beautiful moments.
You'd be talking to like
Bastion of conservative femininity. I do not want to be a saint of any idea of horror relative to their elders and may never be able to afford to get married or get a home. The bank supporting our marriage, and I never got child support, alimony, or anything like that. And I didn't have anywhere to live if my family didn't take me in. To this day, the only finances transferred has been from me to my ex, despite me earning less. I would not make such a point of this right now if the internet didn't act like this was some sort of impossible answers for when your partner, but especially people in the political sphere, have fallen for this puppet show. We get so much joy out of jeering at how cringy other people's shadow puppet selves. What I'm trying to get at here is I've been lucky enough to avoid this resentment that I see many others hold.
Like, was
of course there's no.
The two different.
Zero, being around a lot of people that were more working class, living in a community, honest and fair. Someone's age, you know, someone's position when they commented. Of course, I don't agree with doxing, corroboration. For people to think clearly about your opinions on the Barbie movie until their brains are working. So before we can even fix a lot of these problems, oh, the nuclear family's falling.
Here are the 3 reasons I divorced my wife.
Boruto gained infinite aura points as everyone is limit different. A new other thing Jura can use with our arrow to look only wish to defeat what to see, but is met with
Good thing you're covered by Budget Direct.
Yeah, the reviews are glowing.
Insurance sold with Budget Direct.
So this is a World of Warcraft hardcore randomizer. All your abilities and talents are random, and you only get one life. Let's see how.
met with his katana whilst being pushed away by a wind-style breakthrough. Now, if you didn't know, this jutsu speaking of NPC and it's the food chain, the Shinju of the strong White Diaries attack Sauce busy getting up from Bo Ama. Then Jiraiya exhausted her chakra against Jura. She might not be able to wake up moment. She tells us that Jura that he ate when he knocked him at the time. So now more people regarding how together. But that's not all. Momoshiki's conscious
economic possibility and mythology that there's gosh for humans. Fact. You know, I think about that sometimes these days since I'm
even a bit older than that. And you say that, of course, young people want to die.
Our business reporter, Ed Bull, latest.
Yeah, CrowdStrike, the US cybersecurity alley. When you in us, but there's been a lot of investor activity with the shares falling very strongly in after-hours trade. At the moment, CrowdStrike shares are down roughly, came into play. We've done a bit of digging on.
Well, in terms of scale, it seemed to be unprecedented. A global IT outage that knocked down systems around the world and is still being felt, and an enormous economic caused by an update it pushed for Windows. Tiny piece of code, only 41 kilobytes, but the problem was calamitous. Businesses across almost all industries have been impacted, from airports, banks, broadcasters and hospitals. CrowdStrike has suffered immediate financial consequences, its stock price dropping by more than $19 billion. The company's CEO, George Kurtz, has apologized
for the impact that we've caused to customers, systems that are out there, and essentially cleaning up, make sure they've integrated them themselves.
Chaotic scenes at Australian airports overnight.
We've got reported.
Flight soon just hit flights here in Australia.
IT Airport was not immune to the dramas on the passenger lines. Jetstar was airlines.
Dan Murphy's.
To our top story this morning, businesses and organisations around bringing recovering from down in an unprecedented cyber.
Lana Airport.
Good morning, guys. Thousands of customers here that are affected. Your flights cancelled this morning. There was obviously a start overnight and obviously working through the biggest impact on us. There was also more usual information on.
Make it through.
Brisbane, yeah. Are you from overnight?
We're devastated, but it is what it is.
Yeah,
are you from? Make it through.
Brisbane, yeah.
Are you from Brizzy? You're trying to get home?
Yeah,
yes.
home.
I'm telling people to go home and I can't go home, so I'm not really sure what I'm going to do yet.
As for the rest of Victoria, guys, while we were told there was no critical infrastructure impacted last night, 000 call was still able to be made. Patients in the hospital.
Absolutely. Millions around the world.
Well, this IT outage has had an extraordinary impact right across the world, particularly at airports. 250,000 travellers impacted in the UK alone. Incredibly long queues being experienced as check-in systems went to mapping pass. Really could.
Sorry, my flight got cancelled, so no, it's completely.
It's been a disaster?
Yes.
We've gone through security. We've been waiting at the gate for hours and hours and hours, and it kept delaying. And suddenly one lady comes and says, sorry, we don't have a plane. We don't have a crew. Could you please exit the airport?
2,000 flights in and out of the US have been cancelled. This extraordinary flight radar showing the airspace almost empty, with several major airlines choosing to ground their planes until the issue was resolved. One of the world's busiest airports, Singapore's Changi, experienced extremely long lines, as did airports right across Europe. Train services around the Olympics accredited one weekend and uniformed away in some cases. While in Paris, the Olympics accreditation and uniform delivery services were thrown into chaos.
Expected flight arrived at 6 and the system's still not open.
Here in the UK, Sky News viewers seeing this message, and at once the very whale song was playing. Maybe today.
To us, how did
CrowdStrike? So 23,000 businesses around the world are subscribers to a system called CrowdStrike, and that software is meant to stop cyber attacks and outages. But they issued an update to the millions of computers that are within those businesses, and that update had a bug in it. So basically, that brought those computers to a halt. They were unusable. So it's basically a software failure that was rolled out automatically to millions of computers. Now, CrowdStrike is a $74 billion company. Their CEO, George Kurtz, explained the outage this way.
The system was sent an update, and that update had a software bug in it and caused an issue with the Microsoft operating system.
It's unbelievable. I mean, and the thing is, Microsoft gets lumped into this. A lot of our talk has been a Microsoft outage. It's not Microsoft. This is CrowdStrike and their deep integration with Microsoft. So basically now this has got to roll out. There's got to be updates to computers. Small businesses need to actually physically attend to those computers. Big businesses have IT teams. This is still going to take most of the day to likely is this from happening again. Expect it to fail.
With you in a little bit.
We're joined now.
What we experienced yesterday was historic. This is the biggest. Yeah, I think it's fair to say.
National and cybersecurity expert, Catherine Manstead. Catherine, really good to see you.
Hey, let's head back to our top story and the fallout from that global tech outage.
We're joined now by national and cybersecurity expert, Catherine Manstead. Catherine, really good to see you this morning.
In terms of an afternoon, a quirk of time zone, the Australian the economy, and frankly, look, I wouldn't mistake. We're called using it.
We know a lot of things are coming back online. Airports
don't hear organisations. Hospitals, that is a completely different internet.
To our top
out the interconnected technology that sits in to the internet. We all knew growing up, certainly the internet of the 20th century, it's a very 21st.
Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Okay, guys, take it away.
Downward dog sweaters.
Jack Black was recently seen at President Joe Biden's fundraiser.
Mr. President, you're welcome.
And after President Donald Trump narrowly escaped with his life, as seen here in this YouTube-safe Japanese anime, back in Australia, Black and his band Tenacious D showed their true colors on stage.
Make a wish, Canada. Don't miss Trump next time.
So immediately after, an Australian senator moved to deport the group, calling them disgusting, filthy, and evil, also asking that their visas be revoked as well. So Black took to Instagram to state that he would never condone or encourage political violence in any form, but will not only cancel the rest of their tour, but are also pausing the band entirely. Which is odd, because this doesn't quite look like not condoning or encouraging.
Don't miss Trump next time.
Then Kyle Gass also apologized, stating that it was a terrible mistake by his talent agency shortly after anyway, violence line. But it didn't matter, as Gass was dropped by his talent agency shift, as I could have said the same baits that longer cool will do. Tenacious D weren't the only ones, as councilwomen, firefighters, nurses, and many others are also starting to lose their jobs over saying similar stupidity. So what exactly made these people so comfortable in publicly, because the media see them this way? And even in a message they were putting out,
the danger I'm scared should feel.
Have to decide. There
has been TV hosts.
They're nuisance.
A crowd. New evil talk. Want to do without these rhetoric.
The view is that Trump and
right, what the American people, what you're all.
Just loud noises whizzing by Trump's ear.
I don't think I've ever laughed during sex. I've slapped someone.
Oh, why?
Because they called me by the wrong name.
Whoa, what name did they use?
I don't even remember. I think I blacked out.
Oh my goodness, this is hilarious.
You can do better than that. Make some goddamn noise for your president. Wow. Wait a second. Oh my God. What? We got the lights. Ladies and gentlemen, the real president of the United States is here. This is an unbelievable moment. You do not look at Joe Biden. Sit down.
What a great show this could be. Instead, we've got an absolute idiot here running the show.
Kill Tony. I don't even know his real name. If you're watching this.
New arrest order, sir. For Stauffenberg and Gebel.
You see all the blood pouring out of this tuna? Well, bigger fish, like sharks, can not only smell blood in the water, they can sense the vibrations of an injured fish.
Why is it that the Uchiha clan is known by all and feared by all? I'll show you what the Sharingan can do when it's wielded by a true heir of the blood.
In terms of combat, how would you differ?
This dude is one of the best rappers in my opinion.
In terms of combat, how would you differ ISIS versus Al-Qaeda or some of the other?
Generally speaking, Taliban, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, not the best trained, most sophisticated force. I don't think I'm taking a leap by saying that. And that's not to underestimate.
This dude is one.
About 2 minutes out from the biggest interview of my life. It is with Commander Massoud, the commander of the Afghan resistance.
You've been promoted Chief of Staff for the Reserve Army.
I'll refuse a promotion.
You'll do no such thing. But I still outrank you. You will accept the promotion. You'll have real access to Hitler, his advisors, his schedule. We need this. I've looked through your changes to Valkyrie.
I have a question for you.
Why choose one when you can simply have it all with Optus Home Internet? Enjoy fast and
And it's lovely to be with you on Friday, the 5th of May.
Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull's trip to New York has hit an unexpected snag.
25 to 6 now. Good morning to you. Hopefully your Friday morning is panning out nicely.
Coalition base. At a coalition base on the outskirts of Kabul, a special unit of infantry soldiers is preparing for today's mission. They're known as the Guardian Angels, or GAs.
Yeah, bro.
Since 2001, Australian soldiers have been helping Afghan forces defeat a common enemy, the Taliban. The Guardian Angels unit was formed after a surge of insider attacks, with Afghans turning on the coalition forces they were working with. 3 Australian soldiers were shot dead in one incident.
I had a lot of family members in the military, and growing up, you just always
scenes on the front of the armour, and everyone has one of these, an IFAK, individual first aid kit.
to the trainer by
sites.
Strategic, more so than one can cover the broader region and certainly the for terrorists.
Green on blue is simply Australia or person moving from open not
in the belief
of over 4 million Kabul citizens.
You know, with a lot of commanding officers.
The Guardian Angels are on high alert with the ever-present threat of a sudden attack from rogue Afghan soldiers.
You know, with a lot of commanding officers here at the KGC and around Afghanistan, when they're conducting their own meetings, they have their own force protection, as you can see to my left. And as a Guardian Angel, you just have to maintain that situational awareness, not get complacent, because as you can see, their force protection are also armed. You know, everyone here is trying to achieve the same thing, and don't be like what's happening or location.
Have to work closely with their hosts, but remain guarded in case of attack.
Like watermelon. It's actually rude to deny food, so we're going to have to eat some of that. But no, it shows the good faith, their hospitality, and we're at the lowest level, so it's good.
Have a good day. See you.
Meetings like this between Ahmadzai and Murdoch are crucial to provide. Private Bull's last guard duty of the day is with Major Andrew Terrace in the new Joint Operations Command Intelligence Fusion Centre.
Information amongst is normal.
Sheet up against the wall with a projector, a fuzzy projector showing when Andy took over as the advisor.
The Angels have completed their watch without incident.
Now we're shutting down the tasks here, moving back, probably grab a quick lunch, maybe a coffee or something, and then we'll head off.
Affordable housing to Sydney's mother.
To a lot of
in the hope that people with information about his whereabouts might see the video and be moved to come forward.
So, can you please tell me your son's full name?
Hello, hi.
How are you?
Good to meet you again.
Yeah.
A breakthrough. To confront the age-progressed image of his son.
Yeah, nice.
September to take
your math side of the story. Try to change. Wow.
There is a huge difference, and to try and get the community engaged, it's really important.
The Australian Acting Sergeant Leanne Murdoch is his senior partner, preparing for a busy Friday night in the city's notorious hotspot of North. Constable with the Western Australian.
But it's good to have
City's Night Safe. Leanne is the officer in charge of Operation Night Safe.
Operation Night Safe's strategic to the city. Listening to members of the public, they're really happy that they can see us when they're on a night out. It makes people feel safe. There's people in cars, there's people on bikes, there's people walking, so we're kind of everywhere. People in cars, there's people on bikes. On a night out, so that everyone can into everywhere. I'll run through this very quickly. Our major concern is alcohol-fueled violence and youths at risk. So nice in there as well.
Yeah, she's past each other and know that.
The so-called too dead to lie.
Start shooting.
But they
Walsh and Major and shoot. Can't find it in range
and stuff like that. Just go for a quick walk up there just to see if you can see anything in that cave and stuff like that.
So the Guardian Angels are pushing it, providing what we call a defacing out.
With their mentors.
And all we're going to do is the first frequency. Once you've done practice.
Since the Guardian deaths from
GA's role is integral to on training in Afghan being the extremists.
When?
It's safe. Protect the country.
So you came back here to study. Yeah. But now you got a medical certificate saying you're too ill to study. Yeah.
Party did their team at camp.
The cameras, they're all. We might what's happened. It's invaluable in terms of our safety.
Most violent teens and 20 factors, often in groups. Drugs and alcohol are nearly always a factor.
So as the night progresses, enough. If we need to get an arrest van quite quickly to a location. Do you have a good feeling or a bad feeling about tonight?
I think tonight's going to go alright.
Gentlemen, to move on away from the venue, please. Tell us what's going on.
Good.
How you going? We're just sort of standing here waiting for the friend.
And acting disorderly, whether you agree with that or not. Listen. Go and wait for your mate elsewhere. Okay, so I'll give you a move on notice. If you remain, then you get arrested for breach of move on. Let's go.
You're doing your job.
Thank you.
Roger, thank you. Any other units to 10 William?
Yeah. There's a fight on.
Where?
Just down here. Coffee. Leanne, sorry.
What it would
You work with people that hate you every so time.
No real concerns though.
You got in custody?
46 at the moment. Yeah, no real concerns though. We might have to look at opening up the third wing.
Since charge, a year-old
Taking any form of medication?
undergo a thorough risk assessment when in police custody.
Taking any form of medication for any reason? No, sir. Feel all right? You'll get there.
5%.
What to say?
Fingers for my birthday.
Really? When people are fingerprinted within the watch house, we have what's called a live scan machine, and that gets downloaded from here across to the national database, and that'll either let us know if that person is wanted for a crime anywhere in Australia, and or if they're all clear. But if they come back for
Just stand back
a good young, you can go home.
Just broken out in North.
Just having a look. And the red
young male.
involved.
They're like, hey, can we have a cigarette? And I was like, yeah, no worries. Roll them a cigarette, and then they literally started trying to smash it in my 50-gram pouch.
Why don't I go ahead?
Yeah, with any of those caught on camera.
Still reviewing it. So.
Was the initial victim, the one in the red shirt apparently went to assist him. POI James Street.
They're just getting mobbed, okay?
Together.
Callum?
Yeah. Events leading to the assault.
What's your name, mate?
Callum.
Callum?
He was, I think you were shouting someone a cigarette.
So I was like blocking a couple of every. Oh yeah. Cool. So you got a split lip. At the end of the day, for something like this, isn't this extreme to have a like, oh my god, where is? For them to try and locate that cup.
and go home here, Queensland. The Brisbane Watch House is the largest in Queensland and processes up to 17,500 prisoners per year.
As I explained earlier on, you were brought in here on a public nuisance matter? Yep.
Birthday boy Dallas's fingerprints came back all clear, so he's good to go home.
You agree to turn up the court? Yep. Sign there? Of course. Yes. So you understand all that? I understand, yes. Sign over here to say you understand what happens if you don't turn up the court? Yep. So you understand?
You'd be here for your birthday or?
People. I just hang around on people.
Boys.
Okay. Come on, just keep your hands down. Come on.
We're not having this discussion in line.
Okay. Come on, just keep your hands down. Come on.
You will hold your hands behind your back and comply with the directions that we give you. Yes, sir.
There's an aggressive, violent female in the back. Go out as the door. Handcuffs.
Assault police will. Woke her up and she just went off. So we went in a woken up. Well, that's she can't quite come. So.
Come out.
Or Leanne has spotted a young female collapsed on the ground.
Right. Across the for the assault. We've got a day. Ex-City supporters, the POIs for the assault on James Street. Person's about. Another offender or practical work. So not determined.
For the people that police he made me realise. Away. You want to go, Finn? I've got some.
Drug smuggling. There's a you know, she's bring.
In the last 24 hours. Spirits, mental health problems.
But is still deemed to be in the high-risk category. Down considerably. But is special observation cell where she can be closely.
Sort of groundhog taken.
Violent crime.
Got video 110, we're just around the corner.
Yep.
Yeah, I played 2 rounds and then halfway through someone's like, mate, squad full of shit. Oh shit. Front.
Fuck! They're in the ground. They're all prone, be careful.
Grenade out.
Okay, come back to you. Yeah, right.
Thanks.
The ammo box. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Australia, yeah.
He's sitting in the corner.
Oh, he got me. I shot him though.
Yeah, okay.
I think I
In the US servers, do they not care that much?
No, they do. They're tryhards. They're sweaty. Like,
right.
they don't want to do that. Yeah.
Careful.
Because they're probably actually in the army.
Or wannabe fucking Navy SEALs.
That's it.
It's clear. Hold on, don't give up. We'll get you up, just wait there.
On my way.
They're breaching. East.
Careful, east.
Yep.
Oh, fuck, just around the corner.
Ah, fuck, he's in there. He's in here.
How did they break our rally?
Get ready.
You gotta proxy it, so if an enemy sees it and he gets pretty close, it's gonna.
Ah, fuck, it got me. He's still there, he's still there.
Or you find one down the front of the wall and they don't know it.
Yeah, it's fine. No, as long as you're close to it, if you get near it, you don't have to see it. It's just going to disappear. So if you look at the map now, you can see the rally. I'll move on.
So they can't change tires?
Can, but it's going to take them time to repair it.
Yeah, okay.
Just to slow them down a bit.
Get back, get back, get back.
Another one.
You're a savior. Moving.
Bandaging.
Is he still mad? Is it clear? No?
One down, I don't know, there might be more.
Okay. Thank you, I need data.
Abs proxy.
There's more then. Window, window.
Is it the railway?
They're outside, outside.
Beautiful. Southeast of us.
Okay. I'm
And then B is for squad chat.
Hello?
Yo!
Hello?
Yes, sir!
What up?
South entry, south entry.
So if you want to ask help to any of these knuckleheads, because all these guys have like 85,000 hours in squad because they have nothing else to do, you can ask them. They're gonna help you.
South entry, blue door. One down.
Ask who?
Watching the hills, they're coming over. In the south.
How many hours in the squad do you have?
Nah, not much.
Don't give up, brothers.
Yeah, you can ask him.
Like 8,000 hours, eh?
Oh, I see him on the tree line. 158.
Only have 50 hours, that's it. Medic, get me the fuck up.
Oh, fuck, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
We all good now? We all good?
Maybe.
Now we need to build fortifications on this south doorway.
Yes, we do.
Thank you, medic.
They're just walking.
They're capping market. Capping market.
Fuck, we just died. Oi, can you get us up, Almir? I killed him, I think.
There's always more.
No, well, fuck. That's alright, that's alright. Spawning on the rally, let's push up again.
On the ground, on the ground. He's down, one down, there might be more.
Bubble rally.
Spawning on the hab.
Market's sort of clearly clearing it now.
Push! Wait, has the game started or are we still in seeding?
Seeding's over.
Oh, dang.
I got him.
We're losing lives.
Don't waste your
Boys, it doesn't matter. I don't care if we lose lives. We need to cap the point, okay? I don't care if you die.
Oh, you medic.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hab's down again.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Fucking hell. Where the fuck are they? Ah. They're here. They're on the hab.
Bruh. Is someone on the hab?
Yeah, there's like maybe between 1 to 3. I don't know. I just got tried to find them, but I got wrecked. We need to take this badly.
Yeah, I mean, we have a rally, I mean,
I couldn't see where the fuck were they. It's fucking bullshit.
Our rally's up still.
yeah, spawning on the rally. We're just gonna, I'll put the rally up here, relocate it.
Medic's dead. Oh no.
Yeah, this game is a bit of a shit show, but...
20
well,
tickets
20
left.
tickets.
Or 18.
Oh, seeding, wasn't it?
Yeah, the game technically started, because we have people now.
Oh, okay.
When that goes, it's over. When the hab dies, it's finished.
We needed more habs, but who cares? Seating.
Rally squashed.
Oh, I just picked it up. I'll relocate it.
Roger.
There's a vehicle on me over here.
Blow it up. Free tickets, I guess.
Stay away from it.
Are you gonna be able to one-shot it?
Probably not. It's burning.
Like, I mean, oh my god.
Terrible, terrible.
GG, boys.
GG.
42. Holy shit.
How's
boys.
Not Somali.
You guys want Samari again?
Again? They'll switch.
Jokes.
More like
Tree
spot
Rated, guys. Drink plenty of water.
Reroll! Americans? Yeah, why not? Do 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 do. Doesn't go militia. Ah, even Russia.
This fucking little bitch.
Let's fucking go. If the server wants to work, fuck, I might just go, I've had enough, bonsai!
Advance and secure. Push out and secure all objective areas.
Hate driving in this game. Alright, let's grab a Logi here, a couple of ships here, boat guns. Yep, just grab a couple, maybe 2 boats, and then we'll grab the Logi.
Oh, nice. I'm the seaman. I'm a seaman.
Oh yeah. He's a seaman, boys. He likes it.
See, man.
I've got all the seamen in front of me.
What the fuck?
I see you all. You're a seaman too, mate.
Seaman.
Ooh, some of that hawk.
Ew.
You are not the Hokuwa girl, and you never will be.
We're all seamen.
Please open fire on my cranium.
Yeah, if 2 of you boys want to go on the other boat to, you know, less chance of dying.
You calling me fat?
What I'm saying is you're too fucking fat, get in the other boat.
Get in the elevator, you fat bitch.
Because we're
Gonna
not
make it
Russians,
nosy.
you guys don't work as body armor. It's pronounced Hoktur.
That bloke's got spit all over his monitor now.
This guy, he's cleaning it with his dirty pullover.
One sock that he leaves on the floor.
Yeah, the one crusty sock that's been stuck to his wall.
Multiple socks, mate.
No, it's
What
the
the
same sock.
fuck?
He swings it around like a mace because it's heavy on one end. He just
Well,
slaps
you
it
have
to
a
the
wall
wall.
one and an ankle one for different textures.
No, that'd go. Sit one on top of your PC to heat up and stay warm.
Oh, so you can't read from this. What the fuck?
How often do you get
Oh,
out to change the sock?
Well, you don't because it keeps warm, you know. It's on a warmer, so it's constantly
Nice.
fresh.
That is nice.
Are we supposed to get mortar teams? Yeah. Yes.
You gotta press E to start the engine, by the way. To Sam.
So was that?
You gotta press E to start, because I think there's a bug where you start it doesn't work. Like you gotta hold E a couple of times.
Oh, okay, easy. E for easy.
E.
Let's fucking go.
He's gonna crack under the pressure. The weight is gonna make him crumble. His knees are weak.
Alright.
Go
Let's
on.
go.
Yeah.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Yeah, we're first to die. Woo!
Come on, boys, you look cool. That's all that matters. Yeah, just be careful. There might be enemy boats here.
Evasive maneuvers.
What was that? I think they're
Our
fine.
friendly
Southwest.
squad freeze firing at us.
Bit shallow here, Scotty. Made it through.
Hey.
This is like GTA.
Where the hookers at?
Oh, this is friendly. They're just being knuckleheads.
Yeah, they're shooting at us. Only the friendlies.
They must be role playing as the USMC.
Yeah, alright, just beach it. Send it. Actually, can one of you guys do a boat run real quick so we get some more supplies?
Oh, you killed him. He's drowning. Move the boat.
No, this is what I get for driving you over here.
Oh, he made
I
it.
survived.
4, 3, 2,
He's
1.
there.
Scotty, do you want me to
Unload,
lodge you around?
unload the supplies first, Sam.
Oi, oi, mates. Ouchie.
Fucking
Go,
hell.
go, 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 go.
You boat people mean. You weird boat
You got no
people.
supplies?
Boat crash, someone call RACQ.
Is that dude fucking dead?
Can you guys help him unload the supplies? I'll just put a here.
Want everyone to the town.
I'm stuck here.
Boat dude's down too.
Thanks. Thanks, sir.
Is this the one that's stuck?
Yeah.
I can't fucking move it there. Hold on, I have to reset it. Bloody, your squad leader run you over. Whoever's driving this boat killed you. Try to. Now you're stuck and they all pissed off.
All what's happening? Alright, I just responded. Good, thank you.
There was another person got stuck underneath the boat as well. For squad 3.
Alright, we'll just stick with these guys at the moment with 3 and we'll see what happens.
Helicopter over the top of us, going east.
Enemy friendly rallies up.
Enemy Vic northwest.
What is it?
Light vehicle.
Or just keep an eye out.
Possibly the BRDM.
Do you want a 50-50 split of supplies?
Yeah, just bring 600 construction and then full ammo, whatever's left.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, just stay here for now, guys. We're just waiting for the cab. Because once he caps truck stop, I think it's gonna go maybe here, or here. And then it goes into the city and then we'll push with 3. Let me know if you guys see any vehicles.
We could, that'd be nice.
No, we need the hat.
Too far, we're too far.
I'll put a rally here at least.
Yeah. Some stairs maybe.
Yep.
Let me know if you see anyone there, Bundy, because that might be the cap, maybe.
I did just hear a logi.
Where was it?
It's northeast. It's still far.
Copy that. Let's boys, we gotta push up. Push up. 3's gonna be here.
Loaded up, coming back.
Yep, just relocate, boys, relocate. 3 is gonna be going to the construction site.
Objective secured. I say again, objective secured.
We need a fucking transport. Enemy heli.
Central, can you have a look in the city? There might be an enemy vehicle here, maybe.
Yeah, I got buildings in my way.
Yeah. Enemy heli.
Heli's landing here.
Heli stalking.
Okay, okay. Can we? Is he landing or is he hovering?
He's landing. He's landing.
Down.
Oh, he's hovering.
Push up on that. That means there's a hat.
2 enemy lodges.
Good hits. Good hits.
Ah.
The hat and it's still going.
What? Wait, where's the hab and where's the guys? Was that you, Bundy?
Yeah, I need a FGR quick.
Yep, copy. Boys, push up on move mark. Enemy contacts here.
Yeah, on my Charlie, observe. One of the lodges left. They're still infantry.
Alright, let's engage.
Yep, can I have boys pushing? I need some help. No, there's enemies here.
Yeah, you got some ammo.
On it.
No, I'm medic.
Yeah, he's fucking camping it.
Got shot from right on move mark.
Okay, man.
Medics here.
Somebody got fucked up there.
Yo.
unloading.
Alright, last time for the meat grinder.
Do you want me to do another run?
Nah. That should be more than enough.
Alright,
Actually, load up 600 back in the Lodge E, maybe 300 ammo, and then bring that boat maybe here on my move mark.
There's bodies up here.
Repeat that.
Yeah, it's because
300
the
ammo.
commander was here.
600 construction and then 300 ammo, and then just bring that boat like here, and we'll set up a hab. Like even here if you can.
Yeah, go ask
Caps to our southeast. East
We're
apartments
gonna
at
send
school.
them a message.
Kirby. Okay, there's no hab here. Where's the hab?
Hey, don't mind me, the commando said there was one.
Well, what are you on about? You told me that there's a hab here.
Oh, so I
It
didn't
could have
mark
been
the
a
hab here,
rally.
someone else did. And I asked you, and then you said there was a hab.
Oh no, because I saw people. There's nothing here. It's a rally then, maybe. I'll bring my boat. We'll set up a hab here on my move mark. Yeah, just boat on my move mark if you can.
Ooh, I got shot at. That all good?
Great job. We got the objective.
Vehicles coming from
BTR
at the end of the road. BTR just went north from East Apartments.
Heli over top, heli over top.
We got a chopper landing.
Stingray, there's see that red thing,
Fuck!
red hut south side. There's enemies there.
Yeah, copy.
BTR.
Alright, boys, keep pushing. Where is he? Mark it up.
He's going back to main. He just went past me.
Infantry. One dead. One dead here. There might be more. I think the BTR dropped some people off. Hell, he might be coming back.
Wait, Centurion, just park that boat somewhere else, because they'll see the boat and then they'll run to that radio. Maybe it's here or something.
I'll dig it up and then do it.
Yeah, I know, Centurion's doing it, it's fine. We'll just move it. Alright boys, just keep pushing up on East Apartments. If you guys are around, just kill the infantry around here.
I beached it. On the opposite side.
Oh, there's a vehicle killing us. In the hab.
It's stuck. Fuck.
Yeah, I'd say pull down.
Try and kill boys or just... He's gonna fucking spam it.
Machine gun, I think there's infantry.
Ugh.
Watch back, watch back.
He's booking it.
It's flaming.
I hit it once, it must have got scared.
Yeah, it's leaving down the east road.
Yeah, killed him.
Just blow up.
Dead.
Oh wait, push now, those are gonna lose lumber yards.
How did one shot kill it?
Got it.
Up near the truck.
Boys, send it on apartments.
Habs proxy that H6. Fuck, I got sniped. Sniper!
Who's on the cap?
I'm on.
Go.
Free to start a cabin though.
Yeah. We gotta cap it now, boys. Not looking good on lumber.
Yeah, there's no one here. We're starting the cap now.
I hate
Thanks.
Hey, I think
Right in front of you, AT. Right in front of you, AT.
Yeah, yeah, we got enemy tank from us.
BTR coming down the
Get
main
on the
road
bridge, get on the
northwest of apartments.
Oh. I'll
patch
stay
you
here.
up,
Thanks.
I think he's right there.
Yeah, it's gone.
Just shooting to that smoke.
Get him, boys, get him.
New sword BTR coming
off
to
the
east. You guys, be careful.
Can you track him? I can maybe airstrike it.
It's just a BTR. Don't want an airstrike on that.
It's going northeast. Northeast.
Yep.
Sounds like it's coming back.
Four chevrons on east apartments.
Oh, nice.
Our armor team's just incompetent. How do we lose our tank and 2 MGS to a BTR?
Yeah. You don't want to hear command chat right now. Both the armor squads are arguing with each other.
Lovely.
That squad.
BTR's nearby.
We're taking this objective.
Stay inside buildings, boys. BTR's here.
Southwest at the moment.
Just keep mocking as you go.
He's moved. Where? He's punched it.
Yep. Yep.
Do we have a rifleman? I need a bag. Rifleman, I need a bag.
Oh, we got Sandman. Sand, see if you can meet up with Centurion.
Because we got no ammo in this other hab. We're about to cap. Fuck. Taking shots.
Sand, keep pushing
Southwest, west. I think BTR's coming back.
Alright, boys, once we cap, spread out, we're gonna be on defense. Enemies move up.
Ah. BTR and Mark are moving.
Stay on defense.
We were on the other one. Lab, what was that next cap?
Yeah.
Thanks. Fuck.
Their armor is fucking us up. They're,
Sounds like a
camping
tank.
the hab and... Yeah, enemy tank is on lumber. Medic, there's a guy here.
It'd be cool if we had fucking ammo. We could deal with the tanks. Or even armor, but armor's fucked. Ah, what the fuck?
I think it's an IFV.
Vehicle's still northeast of us.
Fuck. Oh my god, we're losing it. Spawning on the hab, push back on apartments. Actually, let's do this. Push it on biocam, because we're gonna proxy it. Get a double neutral at best. If you guys are dead, push back, push it on bio. If you guys are alive, stay at east.
Fuck. Ugh.
Thank you.
Itchy buddy, enemies close. Okay. Alright, we're all good.
We just the point.
Thanks.
They have 3 chevrons on East Apartments.
I'm going for a ride.
Down to 1 chevron.
Copy. It's gonna be a double neutral, but I mean that's what we want, and then we can go and cap it back.
I might get shot. Enemy tank on the bridge.
We stopped the cap.
Oh, nice. Fucking nice, boys. Terrible fucking armor squad, man. He missed all his shots. All his shots, so I'm firing the striker. Fucking Jesus, you guys actually held East Apartments, what the fuck?
Hell yeah, brother!
3 guys, fucked up push.
Just sitting in a fucking apartment watching the stairs.
Let's get more chevrons here, guys, on the cap. Sand, just pushing on East Apartments and help them out. On my move buck? On my move buck? Yep.
Sorry, repeat that.
Pushing on Sand, pushing with East, and then you guys defend that, and then once it's done, just start pushing back on Bio.
Okay, roger. It's moving west.
Objective has been locked down.
Good job, boys. Really good job on defense.
Oh my god.
Fuck, we just probably won the game because of you knuckleheads.
That was fucking nuts.
Just fucking corner kick.
How did you do that? 3 guys and you actually defended it? What the fuck?
7 so far.
Damn.
I think a squad leader is just trying to walk into your building, Russ. I hit him once.
Roger. He's bandaging. He's no longer bandaging.
Fuck, these guys are stupid. I haven't moved from the one building.
Oh, fuck, he just bled up. The vehicle's really fucking us up, BTR. Alright boys, wrap it up at East and help us out here with this BTR.
Yeah, trying to make my way over. Alright, try and leave.
Looks clear out front if you want to come out. Rusty medic.
They are not giving up.
Oh! Man got an RPG out right next to me.
Spawning on the rally.
You got vehicles coming in from the east, Woody. Friendlies coming in now.
Oh, nice one with a boat. God damn it.
Oh, I just got ammo. I don't have build.
Oh,
I only
that's
have
fine.
200.
That's fine. Just get the ammo. Yeah, just bring me, if you can, some construction then.
Yeah, I'll do that next round.
Yep. Right, you guys push on the point. I'm just gonna.
This Hab's red.
No, fuck. Then don't waste ammo on that. Come here. I'll put a new radio.
Shit.
Can you tell us what 2 there's a hab out in the open on me? I'm about to mark it.
Copy.
Another vehicle on Crossroads near the bridge.
Let me just get some ammo off you.
Hi, are we able to get some small rearm before you dump everything?
Yeah, I'll put in ammo. He's gonna go back for construction.
Yeah, no, but just on ammo. If he can stop moving. Bruh!
He put an ammo box. Have to go. We need this shit fast.
Logi northeast bike him.
Spawning on the rally, pushing on bio.
Logi coming in northwest.
That Hab got fucked up.
Just bring 600, 700, whatever you can. 700 construction, then we'll build a Haskell wall as well here.
Yeah.
Vehicles are east of you somewhere across the water, squatty. Trying to push up on it and see.
Copy.
Oh, I think he's going back inside of the city.
Let's go.
Wait, Centurion, just bring like 850 construction so we can build a Haskell wall and a hab and a ammo crate. And then full ammo, 800 construction and full ammo. Boys, send it, just send it. I'm just waiting for the
tank north up the road. Heading up to the northern bridge, back towards where it was earlier.
Copy. I'm gonna relocate the rally closer.
Yeah, they're really using this hub and repair station up here to keep them going. Trying to find the radio.
Rally's up. See movement from your west, squaddy, and the tree line across the road. Enemies.
Copy. Yeah, you got a new rally up.
We can't cross to Biochem. The BRDM is sitting on the bridge.
Yeah, I'm trying to push up and get a hit shot on it.
Couple clicks out.
See if you can get to me, I'll dig up Javier.
Screw line to move east. You get a shot on it. Let's go to the water's edge.
Squad 4 needs to be careful where he's putting that hab because that's right in line from their hab running to east.
Yep.
They'll find it instantly.
Yeah.
So I'm going back to Scotty to dig.
Yeah. Probably just wait for, yeah, Nibbles, nice.
Dropping now.
Thank you.
I'm getting shot. Fuck.
They've taken the objective.
Why does it have to be stopped?
I'm spawning on rally. 30 seconds.
It's almost completed, boys. Nice. Rally's gone, keep pushing up.
Nice. 20 seconds into the hab.
Squad 4's got dunked on.
Yeah, I told him. What you told me.
The RDM just drove straight past I have towards east.
The boat simulator. Rubber-ducky, rubber-ducky, rubber-ducky. Habs down.
Fuck. They're on the radio.
For fuck's sake, again. I just fucking got there, cunt.
Can I get boys pushing?
Yeah, go on.
Coming back.
We're in danger of being overrun.
It's just one guy. Romy. He's on me. Let's get a couple of guys on that radio, medic. The rest of you just push him on the guy. He's on my move mark.
All the blueberries are going to the radio, so I'll go up to the move mark.
I'll go move mark.
Yeah, it's over.
We're in danger of losing the fight.
Yeah, good try, boys. We got fucked over by the pathetic armor squads. The tank died. Alrighty, boys, let's go. Let's go back.
The objective has been overrun.
We literally lost because of the armor. That's it. Infantry was doing really well, but the armor guys, that was the worst armor like I've ever seen.
I wasn't here to see it, so.
Yeah, you didn't miss anything.
Fuck, I killed a lot of infantry, I think.
Yeah, good try, boys. You did really good.
Enemy helis, yeah, dropping shit off east of Lumberyard.
Yeah.
They got a vehicle here.
Enemy chopper. Above apartment.
Wow. Respect, boys. Respect. We'll do better next time.
Armor, what the fuck?
Armor, what the fuck? How? That was shit. That was like. I'm actually embarrassed of myself, guys.
We're playing squad. We're not.
Shut the fuck up.
Many.
I like cocaine. Cocaine's fun.
I like cocaine. I don't like cocaine. I like cocaine. Manicugan.
Not Manicugan. No. Dude.
You're all goose.
So much running.
Fuck China. Doesn't China still have those broken guns though?
Yeah, China guns are really good, aren't they?
Yeah, they got better scopes, don't they? They'll just knock off several of the Western ones.
Yeah.
No, the ballistics are better. The ballistics. If you dig into the game's code, they got better guns.
They
just sound bad.
What are they trying to say, huh? What are they trying to say?
Yeah, but they're better. They just sound bad.
Advance and secure. Выдвинуться и закрепиться в районе. Advance and secure. Marines, push out and secure all objective areas.
Needs to listen to me.
It's so fucking cold. Where are you?
Queensland, brother.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, bro.
The shitty ACT I'm from.
Cheers, mate. Rough.
Fucking freeze my nuts off in Townsville.
Right, just drive. Oh, this one.
First time for everything, eh?
That's it, man. That's it. I don't know what the rest of the team's doing. We'll just probably push up to power station, seeing as that we only got a transport. We're gonna move up towards over here. Where is it? On movement.
Hang back a little bit.
I feel like they're gonna be setting up a hab potentially somewhere over here on this Bravo move.
Well, I
FYI, I was meant to drive, so.
What was that?
I'm gonna go fuck
I
around.
wasn't meant to drive, just managing
Get back
expectations
on.
here.
No, bro, mate. It's pretty basic. Forward and back, left and right.
So how are they moving
Hey, the missus is
before
asking
the
where in
start?
Queensland are you from?
Just try to stick to the road.
Brisbane.
You're from Cairns, technically, motherfucker.
What?
Oh, that's her. I'm from Gold. I was like, no, you're from Cairns, technically.
Technically,
Trying to make me tell you stuff, and I'm like, no, fuck off.
yeah, dude, you fucking tell her, man. You tell her.
Yeah, you get a can of plunge and just like wife, put the wife beater on.
This guy, I didn't pee on him, I didn't pee in him, I just peed for him. I would just pee in location and he would pay me. I peed in I peed in day of 25, babe. Like, you should.
Daddy was by Daddy. You have like, is it an age thing when you call them daddy? Like if they're over an age, it's like granddaddy?
Not at all. I think I act like everybody's young. Kind of. Like they could have grey hair, like they'll be saggy, like they could come in like a wheelchair or like a walker, and I'll be like, oh, you have a good day of 25, babe. Like, youth is nothing. Oh, like just so young. Like,
You know how to play the game.
yeah, of course. Because like I'm the young one, and they want to feel young, so I'm like, oh, if you get a bigger dementia, let's go and take a trip to Ibiza. Like, do you know what I mean? Some business. We would be doing a little bit of a shoot, and I have a seat stool, so.
You're alright, that's a good stool.
But
Pathetic.
Whoever wins this race, go.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely wrecked him.
I let my internal thoughts win, man. What can I say? Can't help it.
You fought a battle with your internal thoughts and you lost.
That's it, man.
Oh, look out, look out.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Fucking squirrely.
Here's the indicator.
Oi, pull your brakes.
Squirrely.
Oi, run him off the road. Run that bastard off the road.
Why does he remind me of fucking Mario
I'll run
Kart
myself
on
off
that
the
little
road.
thing?
Oh, now coming out of nowhere.
Hey.
I know, right?
What the fuck? Is the whole team going to fucking power station? What is going on?
Looks like it.
Looks like it.
We might have to back cap Firebase.
Yeah, we may have to. Squad 10's there.
Ah, yeah, squad 10's getting there. No one's caught Bay East, whatever the fuck that is.
Alright, we're going off road and see this B.
Look.
I reckon they're going to be at Mark.
Oh, fuck off. What?
Don't diss me.
Fuck, that's water.
Anyone wants to cap the next point? Oh god!
Whatever. Yeah, this will do. This will do.
Oh, we did it! It's back.
Oh, you fucking landed it. All up.
It's alright. It's alright. Everyone out. Everyone out.
Let's go.
Push up towards that other side on the power station area on my move mark. Enemy doesn't set up anything over there on power station. Where are you guys on the... Oh yeah, you guys are up top over there. Yeah, you guys do your thing. infantry marks?
I see them power station.
Which direction?
Across the water, 058.
Copy.
Can I get one guy on me? I'm just gonna readjust the rally real quick.
Hang on, let me catch you.
Yeah. Thanks. There was a vehicle north near power station that was shooting at me. I don't know where he went.
North, yeah, Rog. Alright, new rally's down. If we can, try and push up towards across this bridge and try and move towards the enemy hub location.
Oh yeah, I got enemy vehicle.
Enemy vehicle's near the three-way.
Northeast 024. I got him in my sight. He's up near yeah, near that hab marker.
Rog. They're capping power station, what chevron?
Well, that was small. Ah!
I'm getting shot out over here.
For the herd. They got 3 markers.
Yeah, I got positive IED or fucking visual on fucking hab on observation mark.
It appears they are setting something up on dam.
Got one.
They capped.
Accurate marks on infantry in the compound at north of power station.
Copy. I'm pushing up on enemy hab.
Enemy vehicle north.
Right on my
I'm
body
inside the
now.
enemy hab now. Rog.
I'm waiting to see. I don't want to move this guy's garbage to go far.
Misery Cat, if you want to move north, stay on the right side of the compound to flank the people who are in there.
Oh, I just fucking
Stay on
killed
the
one
inside
those
of it.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah, those of you that are down, just respawn over at Firebase, over at G8 hab. Squad 10's gonna need some support, they're not gonna be able to take Firebase. So if he's down, give up, spawn at the hab over at Squad 10. I'll leave that rally there, just for later.
We've taken the position. On to the next one, Marines.
apparently we've taken Firebase, according to the guy.
I got the suppressing fire, but I mean, I'm getting smacked over here. I got like 3 or 4. Watched out there, Nate. Yeah, I got the front entry.
We need to push up the hill. Can't stop
Go,
here.
go.
I killed one of the flankers by accident, like one of our friends. It's fucking well.
This house seems to be relatively safe so far. I'm throwing smoke just so we can push up, but flank around to the west side.
Enemy Logi just blew past Swiggity on Elmer, heading south down that MSR.
Yeah, Rog.
Oh, you contact 2-6, west of house.
2-6, copy.
Behind the big boulder on the left there.
Oh, I see, yeah. He's prone.
Alright.
I'm going around.
Frag out.
I'm pushing up onto Firebase now, boys.
Oh, we're gonna lose the next point.
Fuck, marksman. Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. Watch friendly
I'll be
fire.
back. Just gotta go for a piss real quick.
They had the bandaging on the other side of the wall.
Right, I'm back. How do we look? Oh, fuck. Yeah, it's still the same.
I spawned the wrong fucking point.
They seem to be holding back on me pretty decently well. Just keep the attack up over at Firebase. Try and maneuver and flank in from behind if you boys can. Apparently Command is getting ready to put airstrike down on Firebase once he has positive visual on enemy hab.
The dam is clear, there's nothing on the dam.
I'm on the capstone now, boys.
They have no fall on the dam.
Engineer, are you with Nook? Oh yeah, I see where you guys at. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm just south of him.
All good,
You got
bro. All
contacts
good.
up there, Nook?
Nah. Oh, awesome.
If you guys can, the enemy habs over there marked accurate at F692. The radio's got to be like somewhere nearby around there somewhere. If you want to give that blueberry a hand, Johto. On my Bravo mark, just see if you can try and find the radio on Bravo mark somewhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Geese.
Copy. Boys, push up on the compound. Compound's completely empty for the moment. Not that much guys here. We should be able to overtake it.
There's people from the south. The
Yeah.
2 markers left at the bottom.
Yeah, just 2 guys.
There.
I gotta reload.
Hab's getting lit up
Go on,
by
then.
artillery at the moment. Alright, move. Hab sort of cut off. They're shelling us, and we got targets hitting us. Not sure from where, but we're getting hit hard.
On that hab that you guys are spawning at?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Damn.
Northwest. I think they've cut us off.
Shit, copy. Fucking mortars going down at Firebase.
Have you guys found that radio over there, or?
Yeah, it's bleeding out. Just disappeared.
Alright.
Power station
Good, I'll
Hab is
have a-
gone.
I think they'll have another one over near the underground somewhere.
Just keep heading south.
Yeah, I have.
Is that
been
enemy
hit,
mortars?
At northwest, moving east. We are currently getting lit the fuck up.
Yeah, copy. I'm gonna try and
Oh, you
spawn on
throw
that
smoke?
hab. Squad 10's got another hab set up over at F9. Just keep spawning at G8. Fucking spawn delay. Oh. They're on our radio, they're on our radio.
Where'd you get it from?
I don't remember. I think.
Let's get straight into the episode. Another ex-worker on the show. Her name's Alaska. She's a fucking riot.
This guy.
Fucking.
Fuck is SWAT 11 doing?
How's the radio looking?
I got eyes on enemy.
Radio's
gang.
good. Radio's good. We got it. We got it back.
Can you chuck us fire team, mate?
Yeah, one sec, mate. One sec.
Got eyes on the 72. It's on Charlie,
There you go.
on Bravo.
Alright, once this hatch back up, just keep pushing firebase. I'm gonna stay here and hold defense just to watch this radio.
Enemy tank is tracked on Bravo. Can you let one know? They're hunting armor right now.
Is that have accurate on the marker?
Up top at firebase.
Oh, fuck, they're in the building.
There's one hab over here. That one's accurate, and the one over at squad 4. Yeah, they're both accurate. That's marked on the map, yeah.
Nice.
Got ya.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, we're pretty bugged.
This hab's dead.
Hold the line.
Be careful, they're watching when you come out as well.
Watch the door, watch the door.
Smokes everywhere.
I'll fix, I'll fix.
Yeah.
Need you guys to move, I need to get it.
Thanks, mate.
Enemy heli coming in. Looks like it's gonna give away where the radio is.
Patch, open patch.
Nice.
Oh, that's enemy thing.
Yeah, where the heli got, head over that way. Eagles and that.
Enemy T-72 has been destroyed.
Copy.
A heli just got destroyed, head that way. I think the radio's over there somewhere.
Ow.
I'll patch him.
Because it just started hovering in there and I got, why not?
Squad 10's readjusting their hab.
Whereabouts are they? Where are they?
Where is he? Where is he?
We got a guy in the blue building in the window.
How the fuck did they get inside the... What the...
Yeah, tell the guy more to fucking... Yeah, pump that. Yeah, no, come on.
Yeah. Thanks, mate. Holy shit.
Yeah, protect.
Oh.
Yo, can you pick me up, Padlock?
Yeah, yeah. I can't fucking
Oh
get
my
you guys getting
God.
sprayed.
Oh yeah.
I see a bunch of infantry over on my eye mark somewhere. Potential rally. It's an enemy XL. Infantry pushing in from the eye mark boys. They're gonna try and take this radio back again.
We can't get out of the hab, they're watching it.
It's pretty fucked. Can you boys toss smoke if it's possible?
Sort of.
Did you see that's all the hab?
Close. I may need to just dig down this hab maybe. Oh, the hab's proxy now.
Excuse me.
Drag it out. Habs proxy, hab proxy.
They're close, they're close.
Shit. Close, close.
Open up!
I'm coming, Gus.
There's like a whole squad over here.
Oh, it's still procky?
Yeah.
Copy, copy. Trying to get to you guys. Outside.
The only time I fucking switch teams.
Are they in here?
Yeah, they just pushed in.
Yeah, yep, yep.
Careful,
Copy.
he's got
Got
an
one.
MG. Yeah, that might be the only guy.
Still proxy. They're still running outside.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, another one coming in.
Yeah, got one. Ah, I got nailed. That hab's compromised.
Habs back up.
Oh, can you let one know there's a fucking enemy Logi crossing the bridge on power station right now?
Oh, it was up for a second. Fuck's sake.
It pulled off heading south.
Yeah, copy. I just told him. Looks like Squad 4 is going to set up a hab on fob creation mark and try and take out the enemy hab near Flybase Boris. Hab's coming back up at G8. What the fuck?
It's going down and up, so I don't know.
Roger. It's a bit scuffed, but spawn back at
One
G8
here, one
hab
here.
and try and get rid of that radio
Fuck.
down there at G9. We're gonna have to get rid of our own radio. It's too compromised.
He's in here, boys. Just one guy.
If the game will let me spawn in. Oh, there we go.
One guy in here.
One here, kill him. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Get out of here, boys, if you can. He's down. Is there a medic here?
Hey, Havoc, did you take down the enemy hab at power station?
No, I thought, Engineer and Sergeant Nook were gonna do it. It's still there.
I can probably go get it now. I'm just spawned at the rally.
Yeah, if you can, yeah, that'll be pretty cool.
I'm not far behind you, I'll come with you.
Alright.
Engineer's there too as well, but he's pushing up with Squad 1 to sort out that other hab, so that's all good.
Alright, we need to fall back and get rid of this radio.
Would you be able
We're gonna
to
get rid of this
mark
radio,
it on the
man.
map if you remember where it was?
Yep, one sec.
I thought we got that hab up there, didn't we? But then the engineer come over and get it.
They're coming back
I don't know, I didn't hear anything.
again.
Wasn't certain of
I'll
it.
Digging.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything in the squad chat. I'll readjust it though. It should be up there somewhere.
I thought last thing I heard
Other
was
way,
a
other way.
bleed or something.
Thursday, pointing at G.
The power station now is gone. Power station now, we did.
It's gone.
Yeah,
Is it?
Okay, yep.
Unless they put a new one, but that was like 10 minutes ago. It went down.
Oh right, did you take it down? Was it baited?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Before we took
sweet.
T-72 out.
Okay.
There's still infantry up on Bravo. We
Come
can't
over here,
get
come
into
over
the
here.
fucking hab.
Fuck.
Copy.
Wait, boys. First, once they push back to the radio, get rid of our radio. We've got to get rid of this radio. It's too compromised.
They're taking it down.
The radio and then dig it down. Get rid of this radio. We've got to get rid of it.
Freedom!
If you spawned on that hab, make sure you throw smokes and push up towards the radio mark and dig it down. We gotta get rid of it.
The enemy's already taken it.
Yeah, we've got a few blueberries on there now. They're heading back towards it. They're gonna kill the guys that are taking out our radio. Once you get rid of those infantry, dig it back up, then dig it down again.
Got him. Digger's down,
sure?
we're just gonna come back for it. There's
Did
no
you
point.
dig it up? Did you dig it up first? Dig it up
Do you want it
first.
up or down?
Dig it up first and dig it back down.
If you're with
Now,
squad
they'll
one
be
with that
fine.
blueberry, just get rid of this
It
hab.
shouldn't lose its
Delete it.
points. Hopefully not. Down, down, down. Dig it down, dig it down.
Those of you that are down, you had that just came up at G7.
We're digging it down now.
Nice, good shit, good shit. Yep, get rid of it.
Come
get rid
in.
of that hab. We got conservative tickets too. We've got 99 tickets. Nice, good shit, guys, good shit.
I think I've got an enemy. Yeah, confirm enemy have on my location.
Yeah, Rog. They command's trying to put a asset command strike down
Oh,
location.
shit. They're adding the old hab. They're adding the radio.
Nice, nice. They just wasted their own fucking assets.
Oh, was that? Yeah. I was like, what the fuck?
UAV. I did it too small. It's supposed
That's
to be
alright.
500.
That's fine.
Well,
Commander. Oh, not you again, Commander. Bloody hell.
Hello.
What's going on?
Enemy radio found.
Oh, yeah, nice one. Where you at? Where you at?
North side, north side.
Out.
There's still Russians up on Bravo Rocks. Just rolled over
Where
my
the
body.
Oh, fucking sniper.
Copy.
We're there.
I see them coming my way.
There's a sniper somewhere, like, south. He got me. He got me.
Oh, I killed him and I'm running.
Get back up here, I'm hit!
Stand behind the rock.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, they're coming for me. And
Get
I'm
over
not
here,
happy.
bro.
fuck on me out of that.
Bravo. They just crossed onto our side of the road.
Oh, yeah, Rog. Yeah, near the transport, there's like infantry marks, yeah.
Oh, for fuck, again. Why is Commander hitting that, but not the point? Be careful. Artie's coming in.
That Artie should be able to sort out that hab. Squad 7, or whoever those blueberries, should be able to push up, and we'll just push up towards the cab. To those of you that are dead, spawn back on the hab and just get ready to push up towards Firebase. The team's worried about that.
Let Squad 1 know there's a whole heap of enemies literally around my dead body. I'm coming that way now.
Copy, I'll let them know.
We can't see your dead body. Oh, they're on the hab, they're on the hab. On radio. Tell everyone.
Can you try and save that radio, Centurion?
Yeah, one down, maybe more.
The MRAP.
Digging.
It's alright.
Is that radio safe now?
Our one or the enemies?
Our radio.
I got myself
Yeah,
stuck on the
Centurion,
radio
back
for
up.
some fucked up reason.
Oh, yeah, I see, yeah.
Oh, you tell Squad 1 in the scout car that there's someone very close to him. Oh, hold up.
You good?
Yeah, it's clear.
Got him. Yeah, the meth squad.
It fucking
tell
got
them
me
that
stuck when I
there's
was
an enemy
digging.
close to him.
I was like,
They're
what the
down low.
fuck?
Yeah, I think he was on my body and got him.
Yeah, a fucking shit ton of infantry just poured out that hab over here on the move mark.
I thought Commander was doing it with Artie. I guess he missed.
Yeah, he fucked up the Artie, he missed it. Not much we can do, but just try and attack the enemy hab. I think that's all we can do now.
Fucking bleeding tickets fast though.
I've dropped 3 people trying to take out that scout car. Fuck, they were about to cop a rocket too.
Jeez.
If you get me up, I can help.
I'm not moving anywhere near in that fucking tree line. They're riddled through.
I got eyes on the hab.
There's a guy bandaging on me.
Ah, for fuck's sake.
Trying to get eyes on him. Fucking 5 down.
Squad 6 is suppressing the hab.
beeline for the radio. Fuck, we just lost like 20 tickets.
Wait there.
Blow that fucking radio up.
I got explosives on their radio.
Thanks, medic.
Carmen, get over here!
Let's go, let's go. We move.
Explosives down on them. Oh my god, yeah.
Rookie Junior,
Don't run, bro.
just
Don't
south
run.
of you in that rock
I'm walking.
area, there is someone up there.
Nice,
They
nice,
just
nice.
relocate 'cause I'm
Fire base.
Thanks.
Someone come up here and help me defend.
Oh!
Hey, doesn't mind,
Fuck,
don't give up. Fuck, we had the enemy radio on fucking bleed.
We're on the
Yeah, we lost that vehicle as well.
GG.